Chapter 659. This round of improvement directly consumed 56 million points of soul energy. But correspondingly, I have also cultivated the universe in the sleeve to the perfect realm. The perfect universe in the sleeve not only allows me to use it more when fighting against the enemy, but it also allows me to increase my strength. More importantly, this great magical power also cleared a big obstacle for me to refine a Grotto Heaven magic treasure. Next, as long as I have enough materials, I will have the possibility to refine a Grotto Heaven magic treasure. A glimmer of light flashed in Ziyue's eyes. Grotto Heaven magic treasures were invaluable. This could be seen from the fact that only the Great Buddha sect had one among the 4 major immortal sects in the cloud-piercing mountain range. As for the true demon Grotto Heaven, if Ziyue hadn't snatched it in the end, the experts of the 4 major immortal sects might have killed each other and fought for it. However, what's more important to me now is that I can pull in all the Scarlet Flamestar beasts in groups of 2s and 3s in one go. Then, I can split them up and kill them. Ziyue's eyes regained clarity and fell on the group of red flame astral beasts who were faintly uneasy. Without hesitation, he quietly approached 2 red flame astral beasts. Taking advantage of the moment when the other red flame astral beasts were not paying attention, he performed the perfect universe in the sleeve. In an instant, the 2 red flame astral beasts felt darkness in front of their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they panicked and found that they were in a place where they could neither go up nor down. Their bodies seemed to be bound by an invisible force, and they felt powerless. Roar! They screamed in horror and began to roar angrily. They even spat out a sea of fire and struggled with all their might. A terrifying force spread out from their claws and tore the surroundings. However, the surroundings seemed to be motionless. No matter how they struggled and resisted, they could not shake the surrounding space at all. The endless silence and the force that seemed to be sealed by the whole world made them feel powerless and even more terrified. The perfect universe in the sleeve has formed a space of its own. It is indeed many times more stable than before. Not to mention 2 red flame astral beasts. Even if 2 more come, it will be difficult to break through in a short time. Ziyue silently compared them. He could clearly feel the difference between them, and he immediately became excited. With a thought, his intrinsic flying sword flew out and quickly slew the 2 flustered scarlet flame astral beasts. Ziyue did the same and rushed to the other side, where 3 scarlet flame astral beasts were gathered. Once again, Lin Fan used Universe Creator. TSK. Without any warning, the 3 red flame star beasts were pulled into it. However, the disappearance of the Crimson Flame Astral Beasts caused the remaining Crimson Flame Astral Beasts to panic. Even though they didn't discover anything, they couldn't help but howl in fear. Ong, ong, ong. His voice shook the void and involuntarily spread to the center of the magma lake, to the bottom of the magma waterfall. Pow, pow. Huff, huff. Heat waves rose, and as the intense fire poison spread, the magma lake started to churn violently. Then, they vaguely saw a huge star beast with scales all over its body and a metallic luster. The Crimson Flame Astral Beast King has appeared. However, aren't the size and aura of this Crimson Flame Astral Beast King a little too strong? It's at least twice as strong as the one at the crater. The moment Ziyue heard the roars of the Crimson Flame Star Beasts, he realized that it was no longer possible for him to secretly cut off their wings like before. However, when his eyes fell on the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King that was gradually revealing itself, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise on his face. Something was wrong. There was something very wrong with this Crimson Flame Astral Beast King. Not only was its aura much stronger than the one at the crater, but he also saw a trace of wisdom in its eyes. It has already awakened its intelligence. Ziyue was astonished. As far as he knew, even the level 5 star beasts didn't awaken their intelligence in the Star Origin Sacred Mountain due to the special environment. However, with an earth-shattering roar, the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King's figure was completely revealed. Then, Its eyes fell directly on Ziyue. A powerful and oppressive aura descended in an instant. Oh no, it can see through my shadow realm directly? Ziyue had just killed the 3 crimson flame astral beasts that he had pulled into his sleeve cosmos sac when he noticed this. He was really shocked. Lightning flashed on his body as he hurriedly performed the thunderbolt escape light. Whoosh! He immediately accelerated his speed to the maximum. Rumble! At this moment, endless flames and magma swept toward Ziyue like the Milky Way from the 9th heaven. Even though Ziyue dodged quickly, he couldn't help but be affected. Although he wasn't injured, his figure was completely exposed. Ong, ong, ong. The moment the remaining 4 crimson flame astral beasts saw Ziyue's figure, they were furious and rushed towards Ziyue quickly. Ziyue was still calm in the face of these crimson flame astral beasts. He stretched out his hand and performed the sleeve cosmos sac again. With a whoosh, the 4 crimson flame astral beasts were pulled into the sleeve cosmos sac one by one. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 crimson flame astral beasts immediately started to destroy the sleeve cosmos sac. Ziyue's combat strength had already reached the maximum. However, he didn't have time to deal with the 4 crimson flame astral beasts. The reason for that was because at this moment, the enormous body of the crimson flame astral beast king was also charging toward him like a bolt of lightning. Not only was its speed not inferior to his in the slightest, but its body was also suddenly emitting a black light. This black light pierced the void like a sharp arrow. In a flash, it was already in front of Ziyue. Its speed was extremely fast, half a step to the primordial spirit realm. This crimson flame astral beast king's strength has definitely reached the half a step to the primordial spirit realm. Moreover, this divine light is actually the same origin as my primordial magnet slash. Primordial magnet divine light? Is this divine light the primordial magnet divine light? Ziyue instantly determined the strength of the crimson flame astral beast king. Immediately after, he felt the aura of the divine light that the crimson flame astral beast king had used, and he was shocked. He didn't expect the crimson flame astral beast king to be able to perform the primordial magnet divine light, a Dao technique that belonged to the primordial magnet king. Break! Although he was shocked, Ziyue didn't slow down. He didn't have time to perform the one sword to break all techniques, so he casually performed the primordial magnet slash. Without a sound, the black silk rushed past, creating ripples. The space became blurry and distorted as the primordial magnet divine light collided with the primordial magnet divine light. The 2 primordial magnet divine light collided with each other. Although Ziyue had already cultivated the primordial magnet slash to perfection, and his godly spiritual physique and heaven-patching technique had increased its power to the extreme, when the primordial magnet slash landed on the primordial magnet divine light, its power was only reduced by 80%. Immediately after, the primordial magnet divine light landed on his body, but it was blocked by the 5 divine emperor's imperial robe that he maintained at all times. As expected of the primordial magnet divine light, its power is really strong. However, even if the crimson flame astral beast king has awakened its intelligence, without the corresponding materials and without a long period of cultivation and comprehension, it should be extremely difficult to perform the primordial magnet divine light, right? Let alone cultivate it to the point where it's almost at the level of greater mastery. A hint of doubt flashed in Ziyue's eyes. Ordinary cultivators with immortal skills, even if they were extremely talented and had a deep understanding of Dao techniques, it was extremely difficult for them to cultivate the inheritance of Dao techniques to a high level. For example, the Jiuju Sword King had started cultivating the Jiuju Sword technique when he broke through to the Golden Elixir realm, but he had only cultivated it to the level of lesser mastery. In comparison, the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King had always been known for its lack of intelligence. Even if the Primordial Magnet King had died in its hands, it had only inherited the Primordial Magnet Divine Light for less than 1,000 years at most. However, It had already cultivated it to the level of greater mastery. Although he was surprised, Ziyue's movements were not slow. The moment the five divine emperors' imperial row blocked the crimson flame astral beast king's attack, he waved his hand, and a spiritual light instantly shot out. The speed of this spiritual light was also extremely fast. In a flash, it landed on the crimson flame astral beast king's body. Instantly, the crimson flame astral beast king's aura, which had just gathered its star power again, suddenly collapsed. Not only was its star power sealed, but even the flames that had been entwining around its body had also dimmed. At the same time, a human-shaped shadow suddenly appeared on Ziyue's body. The shadow opened its eyes slightly and landed on the crimson flame astral beast king's body. Suddenly, it let out a soft cry. Swoosh! A misty black light flashed and directly rushed into its body. Immediately, the crimson flame astral beast king's mind, which had already been stagnant, also became sluggish. At this moment, Ziyue finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately used the five divine emperors' heaven-sealing sword. Immediately after, his natal flying sword pierced through the air and evolved the one sword to break all skills. Puff! The flying sword hit the crimson flame astral beast king's body hard. In an instant, the defensive scales outside its body were shattered. Then it quickly rushed into its body like a hot knife through butter. However, this crimson flame astral beast king was really powerful. Its soul seemed to be quite strong, too. Soon it came to its senses. As its star power circulated, it desperately tried to block the attack of the flying sword. At the same time, a magic weapon that looked like a golden all jumped out from its core and collided with Ziyue's flying sword. Boom! Flesh and blood exploded. The crimson flame astral beast king looked very miserable, but it still managed to block Ziyue's attack. You can still use magic weapons? Ziyue's eyes lit up. The human-shaped shadow above his head let out a soft cry again. Hold on, fellow cultivator, hold on. I'm the king of magnetism. The great magnetic slash you used is actually something I left behind. The crimson flame astral beast king was shocked. It sent out a wave from its soul. However, right after that, by Ziyue's innate divine ability, dazed light rushed into its mind. Immediately, the crimson flame astral beast king's thoughts became sluggish and its telepathy was interrupted. It's the king of magnetism, reincarnation, or possession. Ziyue was also shocked. Only then did he understand. That made sense. No wonder his eyes contained spiritual intelligence. No wonder he could use the divine essence-fused magnetic light. No wonder he could use magic treasures, and no wonder the magic treasure of the Celestial Spirit Sect King was damaged, and still had the aura of the divine essence-fused magnetic light on it. Obviously, the King of Magnetism must have encountered this crimson flame astral beast king before he died. That was why it ended up like this. In that case, all the abnormalities Ziyue had noticed before could be explained. However, he would not let his guard down because of that. Even if it was the King of Magnetism, so what? There was no friendship between them, and their only interaction was the great essence-fused slash, which was a powerful ability. However, this trace of affection also disappeared without a trace the moment the other party attacked him at the first moment. Not to mention that it was still unknown whether the King of Magnetism was a human or a beast. Too many things had happened in the past 1,000 years. The number of experts who had died in its hands was definitely not small. This could be seen from the remains of many magical treasures and the skeletons of some human experts that were scattered in the surroundings. Thinking of this, Ziyue did not hesitate to use the great magnetic slash and the one sword to break all laws at the same time. At percent asterisk plus hashtag at it yen%. The Crimson Flame Astral Beast King, who had just recovered from the dazed light, was shocked. It quickly used the golden all-magic weapon and the great magnetic divine light. With the help of its huge body, it exerted a mighty force and rushed toward the sword wall of the five emperors' heaven-sealing sword. However, by Ziyue's third innate divine ability, absent-mindedness, and the Great Forbidden Spirit Art, which was a ceiling-type Great Forbidden Spirit Art, were also performed. Rumble. He only had enough time to slam his body against the sword wall before he stopped moving. However, his great magnetic divine light was indeed a Tao technique inheritance. Its power was unparalleled. Zue's one sword to break all laws collided with the great magnetic divine light, and they were evenly matched. In the instant that his flying sword dispersed the divine light of origin magnetism, it also ran out of energy and was sent flying back. Obviously, the great magnetic divine light used by the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King, which was transformed by the King of Magnetism, was so powerful that it had already touched the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. On the other hand, the golden all-magic weapon of the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King, although its power was also extraordinary, it passed by Zue's great magnetic slash. It cut on the spiritual light of the golden all-magic weapon. The spiritual light collapsed and cut on the golden all-magic weapon itself. With a bang, the golden all-magic weapon broke into two pieces. Then, without losing any momentum, it fell on the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King, which was transformed by the King of Magnetism. Puff! The Crimson Flame Astral Beast King's strong body naturally could not withstand all this power when its star power was scattered. It was directly cut into two pieces. The terrifying power of extermination spread out and destroyed the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King's vitality. Roar! The Crimson Flame Astral Beast King was awakened and let out an angry roar. You're courting death. I originally wanted to break through to the 5th level and then seize your body to escape. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me. A crazy soul roar was heard. Then a bowl-sized star core suddenly shot out from the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King's body. Chapter 660. Buzz. With a loud buzz, a beam of dazzling light burst out from the core of the star and collided with it. It collided with the sword wall of the 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword. Boom! However, the sword wall of the 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword, which was a half-step to Primordial Soul Realm Expert, shattered immediately. The remaining power of the golden core did not diminish and quickly rushed towards Zue. Then, a human-shaped shadow with 8 auspicious clouds surrounding it suddenly rushed out from the core of the star. It quickly swept towards Zue. Possession? Oh no! Zue's heart skipped a beat. He had once obtained the Demon Tao cultivation method and knew that possession was a powerful and strange technique in the Demon Tao cultivation method. The target of possession would usually end up in a miserable state. Not only would their soul dissipate, but even their physical body would be controlled by the other party. Thinking about how he had used his special ability 3 times in a row and how his soul was at its weakest, he quickly looked at the attribute panel and used his soul power to recover his soul power. Since the last upgrade of the attribute panel, Zue knew that his soul power had been unlocked and he could recover his soul power. However, compared to the recovery of the golden core energy, the consumption of soul power to recover had increased by 10 times. Just as by Zue's soul power recovered to its peak, the Magneto King's soul also rushed into his body without any resistance, entangling with his soul with all its might. Oomph! Baizu let out a muffled groan as his expression turned slightly ugly. In terms of soul power and the use of soul attacks, Zue was far inferior to the Origin Magnet King. After all, the Origin Magnet King was far superior to him in terms of cultivation time and the actual realm of immortal techniques. Moreover, the Origin Magnet King had taken over the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King's body and nourished his soul power with the help of the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King's huge body. As such, he suffered a loss from the very beginning. However, Zue quickly recovered his soul power with the help of the attribute panel. In addition, he continuously used his special ability to attack the Origin Magnet King's soul. Soon, the Origin Magnet King was at a disadvantage and started to panic. Ow, how is this possible? How can your soul power be so abundant? No, stop. I admit defeat. Stop. Spare my life, please spare my life. Waves of soul fluctuations came from the Origin Magnet King's soul. They went from shock to panic, and from panic to despair. However, Ziue's face was cold, and he did not show any mercy. There was a scream. Bai Ziue executed his innate ability once again, which immediately scattered its soul. Dead. Magnet King of the Soul. Phew. This Magneto King is indeed the strongest person I've ever met. Not only is his strength astonishing, but he has also reached the half-step primordial spirit realm, making him no weaker than me. If it weren't for the fact that I could use the attribute panel to continuously recover my soul power, I would have been in a dangerous situation. Bai Ziue still had some lingering fear. The soul was the most mysterious thing. Soul possession involved the use of the soul. It was even more brilliant. Even if his attacks were unparalleled and he had many tricks up his sleeve, it was difficult for him to use them when his soul was entangled with his opponent's soul. Fortunately, I have the attribute panel to continuously replenish my soul power, so I'm naturally in an invincible position. No matter how strong the opponent's soul power is, I won't be in any danger as long as he can't annihilate my soul in one go. However, a battle between souls is dangerous after all. If possible, I can't let myself be in such a dangerous situation in the future. I was too careless this time. I should have used all my combat power at the beginning and used the primordial spirit fluid to increase my combat power. With the help of the primordial spirit fluid, even if I can't kill the Origin Magnet King in one go, I'll definitely be able to give myself a greater advantage. Later, when faced with the Origin Magnet King's soul possession, I should have been more decisive and used the ability to turn back time with the help of the attribute panel. That way, I wouldn't even have to put myself in such a dangerous situation, and I'd be able to finish off the Origin Magnet King. Ziue pondered silently. At the same time, he was also thinking about his shortcomings in this battle. In his opinion, every battle between life and death was a process of learning and tempering. By magnifying his shortcomings one by one, he would be able to warn himself and correct them accordingly. In the long run, his combat experience would continue to improve, and his strength would naturally continue to soar. Roar! 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 At this moment, after struggling with all their might and tearing, the four Scarlet Flame astral beasts finally tore apart Ziue's heaven and earth sleeve and rushed out of the sealed space. The four Scarlet Flame astral beasts' scarlet eyes were filled with joy despite their exhaustion. Just as they were about to attack the cultivator who had trapped them, their bodies suddenly stiffened. They all saw the Scarlet Flame astral beast king on the ground. Its body had been cut in two, and its aura was completely gone. Our king is dead. It died in the hands of this human cultivator. Looking at the human cultivator who was floating in the void with a calm expression, they were terrified. Even though they were not very intelligent, they instinctively knew how powerful the human cultivator was. The human cultivator was so powerful that he could kill their king. It should be known that their king was the overlord of the entire astral origin hell. It could be ranked in the top 3 among the Scarlet Flame astral beast kings. Therefore, the Scarlet Flame astral beasts, who were about to attack Ziue fiercely, instantly turned into streaks of light and fled in all directions. Humph! It's too late for you to escape now. Ziue snorted coldly. He waved his hand and performed heaven and earth sleeve again. Then, the flying sword pierced through the air and the magnetic slash swept across. Chi. After a few breaths, Ziue's face showed a hint of satisfaction as he looked at the amount of soul energy that had increased sharply. Then, he reached out his hand and grabbed the star core of the Scarlet Flame Astral Beast King that had died earlier. As expected, the star core of the Scarlet Flame Astral Beast King is completely different from that of ordinary Scarlet Flame Astral Beasts. The star core of an ordinary Scarlet Flame Astral Beast King is just a kind of energy source. However, the star core of the Scarlet Flame Astral Beast King has gone one step further and transformed into the legendary Astral Origin Stone that can help a cultivator break the shackles of the gold core. Ziue felt the special power in this star core that could vaguely break the shackles of the gold core. He showed a hint of satisfaction on his face. Together with the star core he had obtained from the previous chief disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect and the 9 Extreme Sword King, he now had 3 star core stones, especially the one in his hand. Perhaps it was because the strength of this crimson flame astral beast king was more tyrannical. The size of this astral origin immortal stone and the special power it contained were much more abundant than the other 2. However, in comparison, what I value more is Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. He rushed to the corpse of the Scarlet Flame, Astral Beast King, in a flash. With a flash of sword light, he took out a quaint cloth bag from inside one of its scales. A storage bag. As expected, although the King of Magnet's body had changed greatly after he took over, his habits were still the same as before. He would keep many treasures in his storage bag. Unlike the other Scarlet Flame Astral Beast Kings, he would pile up his treasures in his nest. Ziyue's gaze fell on the storage bag. He knew that the King of Magnets had specially chosen this storage bag with a fire-resistant function. Because the King of Magnets had refined it for a long time, the restrictions on it were much more complicated than the other storage bags. However, he was very experienced in removing the restrictions on storage bags. He did not restrict himself to any complicated restrictions or changes. He had his own set of solutions. Half an hour later, Ziyue's eyes lit up. The restrictions on the storage bag had been removed. However, Ziyue's expression showed a hint of anxiety. In addition to the 9 Extreme Sword King, he was looking forward to the Tao Technique inheritance left by the King of Magnets, the Magnetic Divine Light, in the Astral Origin Hell. If the King of Magnets had died 1,000 years ago, he would not be worried. Since Wang Weijin said that the King of Magnets had a Tao Technique inheritance, there should not be any mistakes. However, the King of Magnets did not die directly. Instead, he used a secret technique to take over the Scarlet Flame Astral Beast King's body. After 1,000 years, he was worried that the King of Magnets would destroy the Tao Technique inheritance. The Stone Tablet of Inheritance. Fortunately, it is not destroyed. Ziyue's consciousness entered the storage bag. He did not care about the treasures in the bag. The first thing he did was to search for the Stone Tablet of Inheritance. Soon his eyes lit up. With a thought, 3 inheritance stone steels appeared in front of him. The True Magnets Technique, the Magnetic Divine Light, and the Soul Possession Technique. 3 stone tablets of inheritance. 1 is a cultivation technique, 1 is a Tao Technique inheritance, and the last one is a soul secret technique. Ziyue was pleasantly surprised. The True Magnets Technique should be the origin cultivation technique that the King of Magnets has been cultivating. This cultivation technique is one of the rare top cultivation techniques that can be cultivated directly from the Qi refinement stage to the late primordial spirit stage. In other words, once a cultivator obtains this cultivation technique, there is no need to worry about the cultivation technique that follows. As long as they follow the prescribed order, they can cultivate directly to the late primordial spirit stage. After all, this cultivation technique is indeed of a very high level. When the cultivation technique is perfected, the number of apertures opened can reach 1,212. When a god forms his gold core can be directly formed into a first-grade golden core. It is not inferior to the cultivation techniques of many top sects. Even a super sect like the Celestial Spirit sect, this cultivation technique can be considered a top cultivation technique. Ziyue first looked at the True Magnets Technique. While he was comprehending its mysteries, he also began to analyze it. He had a strong desire for all kinds of cultivation techniques. The True Magnets Technique was like sweet dew in the rain to him. It was a pleasant surprise. With this martial art, he would be able to make great progress on his path of creating martial arts. He estimated that even if he couldn't find the Book of the Great Tao this time, he would only need 3 to 5 years at most to create his own golden core level cultivation method. Then, Ziyue's gaze fell on the soul possession technique. This soul-seizing technique is countless times more profound than the soul-seizing technique I obtained from the demonic Tao cultivators in terms of its subtlety and use of the soul. The aftereffects after using it were also much smaller. Every time a cultivator used it, half of their soul would be consumed, and they would have to sleep for at least 100 years before they could recover. As a result, his control over his physical body was not as good as his main body's. He only had 90% of his main body's control. However, he could use it to seize another body and be reborn, living a new life. It can indeed be called a supreme technique. Zue raised his eyes slightly and analyzed it. Then, he put it down and kept it in his northern underworld grotto heaven's secret vault. Even though the secret technique was marvelous, it was still quite impressive. However, he didn't have any intention of cultivating it, much less using it. He only wanted to use it as a part of his foundation and absorb the cultivation theories and experiences within, so that he could use it when he created martial arts in the future. Finally, Ziyue's consciousness invaded the Tao Technique Inheritance, the divine essence-fused light inheritance stone tablet. Tao Technique Inheritance, divine essence-fused light. It even contains the cultivation method of the Great Essence-Fused Magnetic Slash. This inheritance and the Great Essence-Fused Magnetic Slash are indeed inseparable and share the same origin. The prerequisite for cultivating the divine essence-fused light was that one must first cultivate the Great Essence-Fused Magnetic Slash to the realm of great mastery. Only by cultivating the Great Essence-Fused Magnetic Slash to the realm of great mastery would one be able to withstand the essence-fused light from above the 9 heavens and officially begin cultivating the divine essence-fused light. Only then would one be able to truly utilize the various mysteries of the divine essence-fused light. Fortunately, I've already cultivated the Great Essence-Fused Magnetic Slash to the realm of great mastery, so I don't have to worry about this. Ziyue first roughly skimmed through the entire inheritance. His heart skipped a beat, but he wasn't surprised. In fact, when he sensed the aura of the divine essence-fused light from the 2 golden core treasures of the heavenly spirit sect's previous generation's chief cultivator, he already had a guess. And when he faced the crimson flame astral beast king that the king of magnets had transformed into and witnessed the various mysteries of the divine essence-fused light, he was even more certain of his guess. At this moment, it was just real confirmation. Since this cultivation threshold is nothing to me, it's time for me to use it. It's also time for me to completely transform it into my own use and completely master this Tao Technique inheritance. Ziyue once again carefully comprehended it. When he saw that the divine essence-fused light had indeed appeared in the Tao Technique category on the attribute panel, and after the divine essence-fused light, it showed that he had already mastered the Tao Technique inheritance. He smiled and revealed an eager expression. He had long been looking forward to completely mastering a Tao Technique. Chapter 661. Although the heaven patching technique was amazing, it was more of an auxiliary technique than an offensive one. Although the 9 extinction divine sword technique was an offensive technique, he still needed some time before he could reach the beginner level. However, the divine essence-fused light was a follow-up technique to the Great Essence-Fused Magnetic Slash. It could be improved directly with the help of soul energy, which was enough to save him a lot of time. Consume 60 million soul energy points to improve the Great Essence-Fused Magnetic Slash from the beginner level to the small success level. Just from a beginner level to the small success level, I need to consume 60 million soul energy points? Ziyue's gaze fell on the attribute panel and could not help but stare. One had to know that he had only spent 56 million soul energy points to improve the heaven and earth sleeve from the beginner level to the great perfection level. Such a difference was really too big. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. The mysteries of Tao techniques and the laws of the great Tao involved were far beyond what great abilities could compare to. The time and resources needed to cultivate it were 10 times or even 100 times more. Naturally, every step of improvement required a lot more soul energy to be consumed. Fortunately, my current spiritual energy is still sufficient, so I'm not weak. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue looked at the number of soul energy points he had. He still had more than 870 million soul energy points. Without hesitation, he quickly chose to improve it. Improve. Seeing that a chunk of his soul energy had been depleted, he heaved a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he felt his mind go blank. A large amount of experience regarding the cultivation of the great metamagnetic divine light, as well as the operating theory and method of using it, flowed into his mind. In a short period of time, it was as if he had gone through hundreds or thousands of years of bitter cultivation. He had mastered this Tao technique to a very profound level and even cultivated it to the small success level. The divine essence-fused light has reached the small success level. With my current strength, if I use it at full strength, its power should not be weaker than the great essence-fused magnetic slash of the great perfection level. In other words, even if its power does not reach the half-step primordial soul realm, it is at least comparable to a top emperor. Ziyue sighed inwardly. This is only the small success level of the divine essence-fused light. If it reaches the large success level and the great perfection level, how much power will it have? Perhaps a golden core cultivator can really kill a primordial soul realm cultivator. Ziyue couldn't help but mutter in his heart, feeling even more excited. Of course, he was also aware that the strength of an Essence Soul Realm expert did not only lie in the strength of their attacks. Their speed, defense, reaction speed, Dharma treasures, and various other mysterious techniques far surpassed that of a Golden Elixir Realm expert. Even if his offensive power was stronger than that of an ordinary early-stage Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator, it would be futile if he could not land a hit on his opponent. At the very least, I now have the means to threaten them. Ziyue was very satisfied. He didn't hesitate at all and continued to improve. Now that he had sufficient soul energy, he seemed to be rich and overbearing. By consuming 120 million points of soul energy, you can upgrade the Tao art of Origin Magnetic Divine Light from small mastery to great mastery. By consuming 240 million points of soul energy, the Tao art of Origin Magnetic Divine Light can be upgraded from great mastery to great mastery. Upgrade. Upgrade. Ziyue chose to level up one after another. The violent impact and the terrifying power caused him to feel dizzy. After a full 10 breaths, he regained his clarity. This was something that rarely happened to him ever since he cultivated to the God realm. From this, one could see how powerful this Tao art was. However, on the other hand, it was as if he had gone through thousands of years of tireless cultivation to successfully upgrade the Tao art of Origin Magnetic Divine Light to great mastery. Now that the Tao art of Origin Magnetic Divine Light has reached great mastery, even I don't know how powerful my offensive power has become. However, I can foresee that it will definitely surpass the single sword breaks all techniques and become my #1 offensive technique. However, on the other hand, if I use this Tao art of Origin Magnetic Divine Light, the consumption will be much greater. It will be even more terrifying than when I use the Heaven Patching technique. Ziyue muttered to himself as the power of the purple core essence in his body gathered involuntarily. The void suddenly froze and the space slightly collapsed and distorted, becoming dark and chaotic. In a large area around him, the distance became unpredictable and there was a sense of distortion. Then he waved slightly. A ray of divine light flashed out like a waterfall. Chi, chi, chi. In front of Baizu, the volcanoes, the rivers of lava, the poisonous miasma in the void, and even the existence of anything in the vast area of 3,000 feet were all crushed into nothingness. Huff, huff. Indeed, it's very powerful, even though he had already guessed it. However, it was only when he truly unleashed it that he realized how powerful it was. It was beyond his imagination. This attack should be at the level of the mid-stage primordial spirit realm, right? Ziyue muttered, not confident. After all, he had never seen a primordial spirit realm expert in action. He had not even seen an early-stage primordial spirit realm expert. At most, he had only caught a glimpse of them. In the 100,000 Mountains, he had seen a few primordial spirit realm demon ancestors. However, at that time, his strength was too low. Even if the other party attacked, he could not see the other party's true strength and realm, nor could he see the exquisiteness and specific power of the other party's attack. However, although the great mastery of origin magnetic divine light is powerful, the consumption is too terrifying. With just one strike, it drained 80% of my extreme purple elixir essence energy. In other words, under normal circumstances, once I use this great mastery of origin magnetic divine light, I will only have the strength of one person. After one attack, my purple core energy will be completely depleted. Ziyue could not help but exclaim. He only had the strength of one person. In other words, this technique had to be used carefully and could only be used as a trump card. Of course, Ziyue's situation was very different. Not only did he have a great freedom golden elixir that could instantly replenish his inner core energy, but he also had an attribute panel that could continuously replenish his purple core energy. His soul energy was inexhaustible, and his inner core energy was endless. Moreover, the spirit mountain in the northern underworld cave could continuously support him and replenish his energy. Using the great mastery of origin magnetic divine light for a long period of time did not put much pressure on him. To him, compared to using it as a trump card, he naturally preferred to continuously blast out the great mastery of origin magnetic divine light to kill his enemies as quickly as possible. It was more satisfying. Next up, Ziyue looked at the battlefield and quickly put away the corpse of the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King. He searched the surroundings and found 2 more Dao flowers. Then his figure flashed slightly, and he quickly left. This trip to the hell of Astral Source has already benefited me a lot. Most importantly, I have obtained the Dao Technique Inheritance, the great mastery of origin magnetic divine light. Also, I have to mention that the heaven-wielding bottle, the Astral Source Divine Stone, and the Primordial Spirit Treasure Flying Sword from the 9 Extinction Sword King were all unexpected surprises. The heaven-wielding bottle and the Primordial Spirit Treasure Flying Sword need to be refined before I can use them. I don't need to think about them for now. As for the Astral Source Divine Stone, there should be many Crimson Flame Astral Beast Kings in the hell of Astral Source. Unfortunately, I can't stay here for too long. Ziyue's mind was racing as he flew. The Astral Source Divine Mountain only had a day's time. Most of the time, it was less than a day. Hidden spaces, such as the hell of Astral Source, would only be revealed when the Astral Source Divine Mountain was in a riot. It was the same for the space with the Book of the Tao on the 4th level. It would only be revealed when the Astral Source Divine Mountain was in a riot. Only then would cultivators take the opportunity to set foot in it. Therefore, even though Ziyue wanted to spend some time to cleanse the hell of Astral Source with his skyrocketing strength and obtain more Astral Source Divine Stones, he decided to give up. After all, no matter how precious the Astral Source Divine Stone was, it could not be compared to the foundation of his great Tao and the subsequent cultivation techniques. Moreover, he still had 3 Astral Source Divine Stones. But before that, Ziyue's eyes lit up. As he rushed toward the exit, he suddenly released his divine sense. Whoosh, whoosh, it was vast and mighty, as if he did not care at all, and spread out in all directions. Instantly, roar, roar, roar. All of a sudden, the Crimson Flame Star Beast that had been hiding in various places, cultivating in seclusion, or fooling around, flew into a rage and charged towards Nietian from all directions. 1, 2, 3, 18? That's too few and too scattered. Then let them follow me for a while. Ziyue was a little dissatisfied. He deliberately slowed down a little, but his body was unbelievably nimble. He easily guided the group of red flame astral beasts and drew them closer. With his current strength and speed, it was not difficult for him to do this. More than 20. That's enough, Ziyue muttered in his heart and was about to make a move. Suddenly, roar, roar, roar. In the continuous rise and fall, more than 10 red flame astral beasts rushed into the sky. Among the group of red flame astral beasts, there was a red flame astral beast king that was obviously much larger than the others. Seeing this, Ziyue was not surprised but happy. He suppressed the thought of making a move and began to guide the red flame astral beasts again. From time to time, he would use his flying sword to guide the red flame astral beasts. Finally, after a lot of effort, he managed to guide the dozens of red flame astral beasts and the red flame astral beast king to a position behind him. Roar! The dozens of red flame astral beasts and the red flame astral beast king that was as powerful as a king attacked at the same time. Ziyue's face turned slightly cold, but a trace of calmness flashed across his eyes. Without thinking, he stretched out his hand and made a slashing motion. The void collapsed and twisted. Heaven and earth turned dark and gloomy. Then, a beam of divine light whizzed past like a waterfall. Boom! 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 The combined attack of the group of red flame astral beasts and the red flame astral beast king that was as powerful as a king was extremely powerful. However, the moment it hit the waterfall-like divine light, it was quickly annihilated. Then, the remaining power of the divine light rushed into the crimson flame astral beasts, especially the crimson flame astral beast king. Puff! 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 All the crimson flame astral beasts, and even the crimson flame astral beast king that were hit by this beam of divine light were crushed into pieces without exception, their flesh and blood pulverized. One of the red flame astral beasts that was hit head-on was completely annihilated, including its scales, flesh, and bones. This attack was Ziyue's magnetic divine light that had reached the perfect level. As soon as the metamagnetic divine light was released, 11 crimson flame astral beasts died, and 8 of them were severely injured. Even the crimson flame astral beast king was severely injured, as if its body had been destroyed. In an instant, all the red flame astral beasts were stunned. They were all terrified. With one attack, so many of their companions had died. Even the powerful crimson flame astral beast king couldn't withstand a single blow. If they had not dodged quickly, would they have died? The less intelligent they were, the more the red flame astral beasts believed in their instincts. As a result, they all howled and fled in all directions. Even the severely injured red flame astral beast king did the same. It roared with its tail between its legs, but it increased its speed to the maximum and fled into the distance. Since I've made my move, how can I let you escape? Ziyue snorted. Lightning flashed on his body. He performed the thunder escape light and chased after the red flame astral beast king. His natal flying sword rushed out first. It was as fast as a swan and rushed to the front of the red flame astral beast king. Puff! It killed the red flame astral beast king easily. Then, the other red flame astral beasts also died under his attack, except for a few who were lucky enough to escape because Ziyue did not care too much about them. The rest died in his hands. 23 red flame astral beasts and 1 red flame astral beast king have boosted my soul power to more than 600 million again. Ziyue waved his hand and collected the bodies of the red flame astral beasts. He threw them into the northern underworld grotto heaven and took out the star origin divine stone from the red flame astral beast king. He smiled with satisfaction. In this way, the number of star origin divine stones he had increased to 4. I don't know if these 4-star origin divine stones will help me break the shackles of the golden core in the future. Ziyue pondered. The 12 shackles of the golden core did make him feel a little pressured. However, deep in his heart, he was not too worried. He was actually extremely confident in his own strength and foundation. Whether or not he had the star origin divine stones that could help him break the shackles of the golden core, he believed that he would be able to break the shackles of the golden core with his own means. This was because the cultivators who had condensed the amethyst golden core would have more and thicker shackles of the golden core. But relatively, the accumulation and enhancement of the cultivator and the transformation of the level of power were far better than the ordinary golden core experts. Especially after he had perfected the magnetic divine light. The extreme increase in his understanding of the great Tao and the rapid transformation of the level of the use of power made him very confident. Of course, the plan now is to enter the 4th level of the Star Origin Divine Mountain as soon as possible, find the secret space, and find the book of the great Tao. Ziyue took a deep breath. He did not stay here for long and soon set off again. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Chapter 662. Damn it. Li Mengxian's eyes were cold, but her heart was cold. She had encountered a demonic cultivator, and it was an old demon in the primordial soul realm. Even though her strength was astounding and she had already reached the level of a regal, and she had broken through 8 Aurus core shackles during her last retreat, her strength had increased tremendously. Now, she was only a step away from the half-step primordial spirit realm. However, even if she had the strength of a half-step primordial soul realm, she was no match for a true primordial soul realm ancestor. Ha! Dream Immortal King, it's Dream Immortal King. She is indeed beautiful and peerless. Master, take her down quickly. I haven't had the pleasure of being a titled emperor, especially one as beautiful as the Dream Immortal Monarch. Demon Lord Guahai laughed heartily, extremely excited. Capturing and killing Taoist Dark North was a heavy responsibility placed on him. If he could not complete it, he would die without a doubt. He already knew that Dream Immortal King was here to hunt down Taoist Dark North. Now that she had returned from the hell of Astral Source, it meant that Taoist Dark North had been captured and killed. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then, a wave of evil thoughts surged wildly. This caused his entire body to heat up. Even I, your master, have never had a taste of her, let alone you. Patriarch Bitter Calorie chuckled. His beady eyes scanned Dream Immortal King from head to toe. He took a step forward and waved his hand. In an instant, a huge black domain spread out and enveloped Dream Immortal King. Dark domain. Golden Core realm cultivators would naturally comprehend and release their domains. Primordial Soul realm cultivators, on the other hand, had higher attainments in immortal techniques and stronger abilities. Naturally, their domains would be more powerful. However, once the domain was released, Dream Immortal King's speed was reduced to half of her original speed. Then, he activated his will again. A black chain immediately shot out from his territory. It covered the sky and swept towards the Dream Immortal King from all directions. This black chain was a magic treasure that he used to capture opponents and trap cultivators. Although it was only at the level of a peak Golden Core realm treasure, its power was terrifying in his hands. It was not something an ordinary Golden Core realm cultivator could withstand. He continued to attack, and his eyes were filled with confidence. For an Essence Soul cultivator to deal with a Golden Core cultivator, even if the other party had already reached the level of Emperor, it was still extremely easy for him. If it wasn't for the fact that the space around the exit was shaking and the space was unstable, he would have captured the Dream Immortal King as soon as she came out. Oomph! Dream Immortal King snorted, but her eyes flashed with extreme coldness. She knew what she looked like and naturally felt countless gazes on her. However, there is almost no one who was as unscrupulous as this master and disciple pair. However, she knew in her heart that a primordial spirit realm expert was extremely terrifying and definitely not someone she could deal with at the moment. Therefore, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. As he pondered, a thick killing intent rose in his heart. He quickly stretched out his hand and flicked his finger. A beam of starlight instantly pierced through the air. It was the great divine ability she was proficient in, the star-shattering finger. With a thought, a lotus seed pod soared into the sky. There were 8 water chestnuts on top of the lotus, and they were extremely sharp. At this moment, they spun rapidly and slashed at the chains. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, she moved her body and quickly rushed into the distance. It's just a small trick. Patriarch Grudge snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand, and a vast giant palm appeared. It condensed slightly and smashed the star-shattering finger that was rushing towards him. The remaining force did not diminish as it ruthlessly slammed towards the dream immortal king. Boom! The palm print landed directly on the green lotus seed pod, and with a loud bang, the lotus seed pod immediately stagnated and flew back. Then, Patriarch Grudge flipped his hand, and a small white bone knife appeared in his hand. The small white bone knife was gloomy and eerie. In a flash, it rushed into the domain and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. The small bone knife seemed to be able to take one's life. It was nimble and swift, especially in Patriarch Grudge's domain. Its speed soared. The dream immortal king's eyelids twitched and her heart tightened. Her body trembled as she hurriedly executed a body movement technique. She turned into a curve and dodged the bone knife. However, the bone knife was controlled by Patriarch Grudge after it passed through and quickly returned to attack her again. Then, the chains compressed the space even more as if they were going to seal the world. In the blink of an eye, the dream immortal king's range of movement had been reduced from a few dozen miles to a few miles. Rumble. The void trembled as a terrifying force was released, making the dream immortal king's situation even more difficult. Moreover, she was still unable to rush out of Patriarch Grudge's domain. Oh no, this is the strength of an Essence Spirit Realm expert. Even if this Essence Spirit Realm demonic cultivator is only at the early stage of the Essence Spirit Realm, the absolute difference in strength is too great. The Dream Immortal King was anxious. Although she was shocked by Ziyue's strength when she faced him earlier, she was still a top Golden Core Emperor expert. She still had a trump card in her hand and was confident that she could escape. However, now that she was facing a true Essence Spirit Realm expert, she was truly panicking. It seems that I have to fight with all my might. If I can break through and break the 9th Golden Core shackle, my strength will definitely soar and reach the half-step Essence Spirit Realm. If he used all his means, he might still have a chance of survival. But before that, I must block Forefather Bitter Lettuce's attack. You have to be able to hold on for at least 100 breaths. There was a hint of madness in Dream Immortal King's eyes. For cultivators of the immortal arts, every step of their cultivation was fraught with thorns. They had to press forward with indomitable will, desperately seeking the path. Even when she was forced to the extreme, she did not give up. Instead, her body emitted a resolute aura. Chi. Her aura rose, and a brilliant life force suddenly bloomed from the depths of Dream Immortal King's flesh. This life force was extremely powerful. It seemed to be boundless as it continued to rise within her body. No one knew why she was so different from ordinary people. She was able to rise to such a level in less than 100 years and become a celestial emperor without any Dao spells. It wasn't just because of her peerless talent, it was also because of the inexhaustible vitality in her body that was different from ordinary people. This life force was her greatest source of confidence and her most important trump card. At the same time, above her head, there was a sudden rush. The 7-colored glaze lamp appeared again, as if it had completely awakened. Endless 7-colored glaze lamp quickly descended and enveloped her. At the same time, the chains viciously lashed at the 7-colored glaze lamp. The bone saber also slashed at the 7-colored glaze lamp. Boom, boom, boom. The 7-colored glazed lamp trembled. However, neither the chains nor the bone saber could break through the light curtain nor hurt Dream Immortal King. What? This defensive power. Forefather Bitter Lettuce and Demon Lord Guahai were greatly shocked. The full-force attack of a Primordial Spirit Realm expert couldn't even break through the light curtain's defensive power? Could it be that the 7-colored glaze lamp was a mid-grade Primordial Spirit Realm treasure? Forefather Bitter Lettuce was shocked. His wrinkled face trembled slightly, revealing a trace of passion. Even he only had one Primordial Spirit Realm treasure. Moreover, it was a low-grade Primordial Spirit Realm treasure bestowed upon him by the sect due to his contributions. Even his natal treasure didn't have time to transform into a Primordial Spirit Realm treasure. After all, too many resources were required to do so. Even with his accumulated wealth, he was somewhat powerless. Now that he saw the primordial spirit realm treasure in Dream Immortal King's hand, he couldn't help but be tempted. With a thought, he attacked again. Boom, boom, boom. Various attacks were launched one after another. The momentum was great. The seven-colored glaze lamp trembled continuously. As time passed, the glaze lamp became thinner and thinner. At this rate, the glaze lamp would shatter in less than 100 breaths. I'm out. Although I only obtained 4 astral origin immortal stones in the end, I don't have much time to waste here. Once I miss the opportunity of the astral origin mountains rebellion, it'll be difficult for me to find the hidden space of the Book of the Tao. 4 astral origin immortal stones is not bad. Although there are few treasures in the immortal spell world that can break through the golden core shackles, it's not like there are none. I'll just have to wait until my strength increases in the future. Moreover, I'm confident that I can break through all 12 golden core shackles with my own means. Now, I have to find the entrance to the 4th level immediately and head to the 4th level area. Ziyue rushed out from the other side of the astral origin Hell's passageway. As the thought flashed through his mind, his expression suddenly changed. There's a battle? Immediately after, he scanned the area with his divine consciousness and immediately discovered the situation on the battlefield. Dream Immortal King, an old man with a face full of wrinkles and a burly cultivator. Their auras were detected by his divine consciousness at the same time. He immediately discovered the difference between the old man and the young cultivator. Demonic cultivator. Moreover, one of the demonic cultivators had a monstrous aura. He was insufferably arrogant and surpassed anyone he had encountered so far. Primordial Spirit Realm? Primordial Spirit Realm demonic cultivator? The other one was only in the early Golden Core realm. Were they besieging Dream Immortal King? As the thought flashed through his mind, he was shocked. Immediately after, he had no intention of getting involved in this mess. With a turn of his body, lightning flashed, and he quickly fled into the distance. When Dream Immortal King attacked him previously, it was already good enough that he didn't add insult to injury. Help her escape? Of course not. Moreover, with a true primordial soul realm powerhouse in front of him, he wouldn't act rashly, given his cautious nature. Someone else is coming out? At this moment, Patriarch Bitter Chalice and Demon Monarch Guahai on the other side immediately noticed the commotion at the entrance. Patriarch Bitter Chalice's heart skipped a beat. He had never seen Ziyue before. Under the disguise, Ziyue's aura changed drastically, making it difficult for others to detect his true identity. However, as in Primordial Soul Realm Patriarch Bitter Chalice's eyesight was unparalleled. He could even track souls and see through the essence of things. Naturally, he could tell Ziyue's true identity at a glance. Taoist North Ming. He's Taoist North Ming. Kill him. After confirming this, Patriarch Bitter Chalice did not hesitate at all. The bone blade that was charging towards Dream Immortal King turned leisurely and slashed towards Ziyue. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Ziyue. The moment he charged out, the domain that was originally enveloping Dream Immortal King suddenly expanded and expanded rapidly. Whoosh, 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 with great prowess, it enveloped an area of several tens of li, including by Ziyue. The domain power of an primordial soul realm powerhouse was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of the Golden Core realm. Even though Ziyue had cultivated the shadow domain to perfection, under the suppression of the realm, his body could not help but slow down by 30%. His target is me? Ziyue's gaze met the other party's eyes. The intense, murderous intent seeped out, causing him to shudder violently. Demonic cultivator? His aura is somewhat familiar. They are from the demonic Tao, the true devil sect. Are they here for me? In the blink of an eye, Ziyue understood that the other party was most likely here for him. With a thought, he immediately unleashed his full combat strength. The shadow domain, the god's dharma body, the heaven patching technique, all kinds of amplification techniques were used. The flying sword in his body flashed slightly at that instant, directly evolving the one sword to break all spells to meet the extremely nimble bone blade. Bang! Ziyue's chest tightened as his blood boiled. So powerful! Is this the attack of an primordial soul realm powerhouse? Under full combat strength. Although my one sword to break all spells has touched the early stage of the primordial soul realm, it's still slightly inferior to a true primordial soul realm powerhouse. In this collision, not only was the great divine ability one sword breaks all laws destroyed, even the flying sword itself suffered a certain degree of impact. If I hadn't reacted in time to avoid it, it would have been damaged or even shattered. Ziyue was shocked. He hurriedly waved his hand again, and silently, a black silk thread rushed out. Great Theurgy, the great magnetic slash. At that moment, the bone blade's remaining power was exhausted, and it flew backward. Conferred king? Half a step to the primordial soul realm? It seems that I've underestimated you. Patriarch Bitterlettuce's face also changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Ziyue's strength was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Before this, he would never have thought that Ziyue's combat strength had reached the level of a conferred king, or even beyond that, half a step to the primordial soul realm. However, when he thought of the Dream Immortal King's early withdrawal and return empty-handed, he suddenly understood. Since the Dream Immortal King had not been able to kill him, it was very normal for the other party to have strength that was on par with or even stronger than the Dream Immortal King. With this thought in mind, he did not hesitate after he came out. He stretched out his hand, and in a mighty manner, a huge palm like a giant mountain fell down violently. Rumble. The void squeezed, and the world was in chaos. It's him? Taoist North Ming? He actually saved me? Within the domain, the Dream Immortal King, who was in a precarious state, suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Chapter 663. Originally, with her Jindan essence, it would have been difficult for her to maintain the defense of the rainbow glazed lamp even with the replenishment of endless vitality. After all, vitality was not Jindan essence. The conversion process between the two also required time. Given the strength of Patriarch Serpentine's attack, her defense would have been shattered in less than 80 breaths. However, because of Ziyue's intervention, Patriarch Serpentine relaxed his attack on her, allowing her to recover. With the continuous replenishment of vitality, the defense of the rainbow glazed lamp rapidly recovered. I didn't expect him to be the one to save me. Looking at Ziyue, who was fighting Patriarch Serpentine in the distance, her heart was filled with complex emotions. However, she also knew that this was not the time to feel emotional. Although the threat on her body had been greatly reduced, she was not completely free. Although Taoist North Ming was strong, he was obviously no match for a primordial spirit expert. Therefore, as her mind raced, she quickly immersed herself in her body again, gathering the endless vitality in her body. It was a majestic and resplendent Jindan essence. Like a torrential river, it surged rapidly, all of it rushing towards the last shackle of the Jindan in her body. Boom! The giant palm pressed down with a terrifying and majestic force. The void seemed to be frozen, causing Ziyue's heart to tighten. He did not dare to hold back. With a thought, a gourd appeared beside him. The gourd's mouth burst open. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, a total of 5 drops of primordial spirit essence rapidly flowed out and were directly absorbed by him. In an instant, the power of Ziyue's pure purple elixir began to boil. The power, which was already strong, seemed to boil after being assimilated by the primordial spirit quintessential fluid. It became even more brutal and powerful. At the same time, he waved his hand and a beam of divine light flashed out like a waterfall. The void condensed slightly and collapsed, becoming dark and chaotic. Then, the divine light rushed out with a powerful and terrifying force. Not only did it completely shatter the palm print the moment it collided with it, but the force that spread out caused Patriarch Serpentine's domain to tremble slightly. It seemed to be difficult to maintain it. The strength of this attack, Patriarch Serpentine's heart suddenly trembled. He felt somewhat uneasy, as if he was facing a great enemy. He was able to break through to the primordial spirit realm not only because of his innate talent, luck, comprehension, magic, wealth, companions, and land, but also because of his caution and carefulness. Therefore, he had already sensed the power of Zue's primordial magnetic divine light and reacted immediately. His body was like an old shrimp, and he quickly arched his body. His body flashed with a dim light, and he suddenly shot forward. Just as the primordial magnetic divine light was about to crush him, he dodged it. Rumble. The remaining power of the primary magnetic divine light did not diminish as it slammed into a mountain in the distance, crushing it. How powerful! How can this attack be so powerful? It's 2 or 3 levels stronger than my full-powered strike, and is comparable to the full-powered strike of a mid-stage primordial spirit realm cultivator? Patriarch Bitter Chalice's expression turned unsightly. There was even some hesitation and surprise in his heart. The strength of Zue's attack surprised him too much. It even caused a trace of fear to emerge in his heart. Even if it was him, he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack and would suffer a great loss. However, his eyes lit up when he quickly sensed that Zue's aura was rapidly weakening after the attack. Although this attack is strong, the amount of energy it requires is also incomparably terrifying. I like to see how many times you can use it. He roared angrily and stepped forward with force. Boom! The void trembled. At the same time, the bone saber flashed slightly and suddenly blasted out. It was not just Zue's Jindan essence that was a problem. He also realized that Zue's speed, defense, and other means were not as terrifying as the divine light. The pressure in his heart lessened greatly, and he attacked even more mercilessly. He struck out with both hands. 2 consecutive giant palms slammed down like giant pillars supporting the sky. Boom! Boom! The surrounding area was stirred up by the 2 giant palms. It was as if the sky had darkened and a slightly collapsed vortex was formed. Zue vaguely felt that the vortex was like a quagmire. Once he fell into it, he would not be able to escape the Bone Saber's attack, even if he could escape. His heart trembled. He hurriedly used his spiritual energy to recover his pure purple elixir essence. A flying sword pierced through the air, and a magnetic slash quickly rushed out, landing on the 2 palms. Chi. After using the primordial spirit essence, Zue's strength had increased to a certain extent. The power of his great Abijna had also increased. The sword breaking all spells pierced through the air and landed on one of the palms. It paused slightly. Although it did not directly disperse the palms, it consumed 90% of its power. The magnetic slash was slightly weaker than the sword breaking all spells. It only consumed 70% of the power of the other palms. Despite that, Zue attacked again. 2 spiritual lights flashed in succession and landed on the 2 palm prints. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 2 palms trembled at the same time and were completely sealed. Then, their power collapsed and their energy dissipated in all directions. Zue had used the Grand Forbidden Spirit Art to seal the spiritual will of Patriarch Bitter Chick in the 2 palms. This caused the palms to be unable to sustain themselves and collapse. However, at this moment, the bone blade had already shot towards Zue like a stream of light. Zue was shocked. Lightning flashed on his body, and he used the lightning escape to quickly retreat. However, the bone saber followed him at an extremely fast speed. Zue had no choice but to use the Grand Forbidden Spirit Art again. Among Zue's many great Abijna, the Grand Forbidden Spirit Art was the only one that he was most familiar with. Because it was an auxiliary technique and had the support of the Abijna, he could use it continuously. As for the other great Abijna, there was always a time period when they were used. He could not use them continuously. Then he opened his hand and used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. Instantly, the bone saber was pulled in. Although the terrifying power contained in the bone saber quickly broke through Ziyue's heaven and earth in the sleeve, Ziyue took advantage of the opportunity to dodge the attack. However, at this moment, Forefather Grudge's figure approached and struck out with 2 more palms. Under his control, the bone saber spun rapidly. "Die!" Patriarch Bitterchick's eyes were cold as he sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black light. It was his natal treasure, the Black Scorch Saber. It was pitch black and had a rough surface that resembled grains of sand. However, in his hands, it was only inferior to the inferior nascent divinity treasure bone saber. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Ziyue's expression didn't change. He waved his hand, and a ball of divine light condensed again. It was the Tao technique, the magnetic divine light. The moment the magnetic divine light condensed, it turned into a ray of light and swept out. This attack again? Not good. Patriarch Bitterchick's expression changed drastically. He didn't care about Ziyue's other tricks. However, he was deeply wary of the magnetic divine light. The Black Scorch Saber was quickly retracted. He turned into a ray of light and appeared 100 feet away. Rumble. At the same time, the magnetic divine light rushed out and scattered the 2 palms. Then, without any decrease in power, it blasted into the distance. It happened to be in the direction of Demon King Guahai. "Master, save me!" Demon King Guahai turned pale with fright. He hadn't expected to be affected, even though he was just watching from the sidelines. However, the magnetic divine light's power and speed were too fast for an early-stage golden core cultivator like him. Even after the 2 palms, he couldn't dodge or block it. It was just a flash. The magnetic divine light rushed past. Demon King Wahai's figure was completely submerged. His physical body, golden core, and Dharma treasures were all crushed into nothingness. He was dead. What? Forefather Bitterson's expression turned ugly in an instant. He hadn't expected Ziyue, a mere golden core cultivator, to be able to kill his disciple right under his nose while they were fighting. "Is it over there?" Ziyue's eyes were calm. He looked at the spot where Patriarch Bitterchick had appeared. He didn't care about the bone saber that was about to hit him. Without a second thought, he used the power of time reversal. His true target this time was Patriarch Bitterchick. He didn't care about Demon Monarch Guahai. With his current strength, he could easily kill an early-stage golden core cultivator. Consume 3 million soul points to rewind time by 3 seconds. Exchange. Ziyue chose to exchange. In an instant, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he returned to 3 seconds ago. Then he saw Patriarch Grudge's figure rapidly evading the great essence-fused divine light as soon as it shot out from his body. However, at the same time, he also noticed that Demon King Guahai was still in his original position in the direction of his attack. Wait, Demon King Guahai is still here. Don't tell me my power of time reversal can resurrect dead cultivators? Such an ability was a little too heaven-defying. Ziyue's mind raced as his gaze quickly landed on the attribute panel. His expression changed again. There was a small increase in soul power. It was a number that had increased when Demon Monarch Guahai died. In the next moment, the grand essence-fused divine light shot out and annihilated demonic Monarch Guahai. However, the amount of soul power didn't increase. As expected, such a loophole shouldn't have appeared. What's also worth mentioning is that I wanted to use my temporal reversal ability to rewind to 3 seconds ago, which was the exact moment when I was about to unleash my divine essence-fused light. However, when I backtracked, the divine essence-fused light had already shot out and was heading in the direction I'd shot it out from. In other words, I'd only backtracked to 2.7 seconds this time. Thoughts flashed wildly in Ziyue's mind, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Yes, Demon King Guahai's death is an established fact. In other words, he will die no matter what, and he will die by my hands. Even if the power of time reversal allows him to return to the time before he died, it's only an image of time and space, not a true resurrection. Because of that, even if I used time reversal and went back to 4 or 5 seconds ago, I would still be able to blast Devil Monarch Guashai to smithereens with this attack. Only when a life form hasn't died, or at least has nothing to do with me, can my power of time reversal be truly effective. Ziyue quickly understood. This was one of the limitations of his power of time reversal. This restriction did not have much of an effect on him. However, it restricted him from reviving the lives of those who had already fallen. That's normal. Bai Ziyue thought about the process of him using time reversal. Anything related to him could not be affected, so he understood. Then, with a thought, a flying sword shot out. In a flash, it charged toward where Forefather Bitter Chalice was about to stop. At the same time, a humanoid figure suddenly appeared above Ziyue's head. A ball of spiritual light transformed into a streak of light and shot out. Streaks of dazzling sword light soared into the sky, and then quickly fell down, turning into sword walls. A black thread sliced through the air without a sound. At almost the same time, Ziyue used the single sword to break all laws, the grand forbidden spirit art, the 5 Emperors heaven-sealing sword, daze, and the great magnetic slash. His figure moved slightly to the side the moment the bone sword was about to reach him. He dodged again. What an excellent prediction ability. Forefather Bitter Chalice's expression changed. He sensed that Ziyue was attacking where he was about to land. Alarmed, Zhang Xian hurriedly changed his position. However, even though he managed to dodge the great taboo spirit art and the innate mystique, his body was still surrounded by the 5 Emperor heaven-sealing swords. Then the single sword to break all laws and the great magnetic slash came at him at the same time. However, he didn't care about this level of attack. With a flash of the black flame saber, he shattered the single sword to break all laws. Then, he ignored the great magnetic slash attack and allowed it to land on his body, but it didn't touch him at all. With a slap, the 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword was broken and scattered. Not only is the attack power of a primordial spirit realm expert powerful, but even his speed, reaction, and defensive means are far superior to that of a golden core realm cultivator. It's really too difficult to kill him. Ziyue's expression turned slightly ugly. However, he didn't give up. He didn't care about the consumption of energy at all and continued to attack wildly. He used all kinds of offensive means and used the power of time reversal to constantly look for opportunities, hoping to use the great magnetic divine light to deliver a killing blow. However, not only was his opponent faster than him, but his reaction speed was also much faster. Even if he predicted the opponent's position, he could always dodge it by a hair's breadth. In addition, his various restraining means were also very limited against a primordial spirit realm cultivator. It seems that it's impossible to kill him with my current strength. Go. Staying here is just a waste of time. Ziyue couldn't help but think of retreating. Chapter 664. However, before I leave, I have to strike fear in his heart and make him not dare to pursue me recklessly. Otherwise, with my speed, I won't be able to shake him off. Ziyue's brows were tightly knitted together. He was well aware of this. Although he was fast, after using his Dharma body and the heaven patching technique, he was at most comparable to a half-step primordial spirit expert. Even if he used the primordial spirit quintessential elixir, he could barely touch the primordial spirit realm. Compared to a true primordial spirit expert, like Patriarch Bitter Ginger, he was naturally inferior, especially in terms of speed. If his speed was inferior, it would be much easier for his opponent to catch up to him. When he thought of this, his attacks became even more ferocious. Shadow Domain, Divine Dharma Body, Heaven Patching Technique, Divine Absent-Mindedness, 5 Emperors Heaven-Sealing Sword, Grand Forbidden Spirit Art, Primordial Magnetic Divine Light, 1 Sword to Break All Laws, Primordial Magnetic Divine Light. Of course, the most important thing was to use the power of time reversal on the attribute panel. He used all kinds of techniques. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled, the earth rumbled, and everything was crushed into nothingness. The shockwave from the great battle caused chaos within a radius of dozens of miles. Not only did the cultivators not dare to approach, but even the instinctive star beasts retreated. A battle of this level was too powerful. It exceeded the limits of their imaginations. I have to leave. If this continues, I'll probably be exhausted to death. Once I'm hit by his technique, who would have thought that Taoist North Ming would be so strong? Enduring Ziyue's frenzied attacks, Patriarch Bitter Ginger's expression was extremely unsightly. He was extremely shocked. The various great techniques were endless, especially that divine light technique. Its offensive power was even greater than his. Even though his strength and realm far surpassed his opponents, he still felt powerless, let alone kill him. However, apart from Taoist North Ming's divine light technique, what surprised him even more was that Taoist North Ming's core essence was excessively abundant. Logically speaking, even if he had all kinds of elixirs that could replenish his Jindan essence and the support of his Grotto Heaven treasures, it would still be difficult for 10 experts at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm to withstand so many great divine abilities and Taoist techniques. But judging from a frequency of Taoist Dark North's attacks, he didn't seem to care about the consumption of energy at all. There was no need to mention the superb ability of prediction that Chun-Shi possessed during the battle with him. It caused him to feel a chill in his heart every time he thought about it, and he even found it hard to believe. Just as he was about to leave, Patriarch Grudge's expression suddenly changed, revealing a trace of surprise. As if he had regained his power, he waved his hand and threw out his primordial spirit treasurebone blade. Then 2 more palms shot out, turning into 2 mountains, smashing down with a loud bang. Boom! 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 The battle between the 2 sides was extremely intense. All sorts of techniques were used in a crisscross fashion, blasting out like a torrential storm. Now, suddenly, Ziyue's eyes lit up. He had finally found an opportunity to trap Patriarch Bitter Lettuce for a short period of time and severely injure him. Without hesitation, he quickly looked at his attribute panel, intending to use time reversal. Now, at this moment, a trace of excitement appeared in the depths of Patriarch Grudge's eyes. Then, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared 100 feet away from Ziyue. Then, a short sword rapidly turned into a stream of light and shot towards Ziyue. Watch out! A delicate voice could be heard. It was Dream Immortal King, Li Mengxian. The battle between Ziyue and Patriarch Bitter Lettuce had bought her enough time. Just a moment ago, she had used all her previous accumulations, the endless vitality in her body, her understanding of the world, and her determination to fight to the death in a desperate situation, to successfully break free of the 9th golden core shackle in her body. When the 9th golden core shackle was opened, a carefree feeling arose in her heart. It was as if she could roam freely in the world, and nothing in the world could restrict her freedom. At the same time, all sorts of indescribable Tao sounds were heard. It was as if she had been enlightened, giving her endless insights in a short period of time. Of course, most importantly, her strength had improved qualitatively as she broke free of the golden core shackle. Half-step primordial spirit realm. She knew that she had definitely reached the half-step primordial spirit realm and was no weaker than Taoist Dark North. Every move she made was immensely powerful. Moreover, her golden core could no longer restrict her. She could even directly trigger the tribulation of heaven and earth, allowing her soul to ascend to the sky and receive the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Once she broke through, she would advance to the primordial spirit realm, where her soul could roam the 9 heavens, and her primordial spirit could leave her body and live forever. The primordial spirit realm was within reach. However, she did not forget her current predicament. If she could not escape the trap of a primordial spirit realm expert, she would not be able to escape even if she had made a breakthrough. Therefore, she opened her eyes and saw that a figure had suddenly appeared behind Ziyue. This figure seemed to have stepped out from the depths of hell. It was mysterious, powerful, and seemed to have walked out from the shadows. His gaze was clearly on the figure, but for a moment, it was difficult to describe the other party's true appearance. The other party seemed to be about to disappear from his sight at any moment. Primordial Spirit Realm. Another Primordial Spirit Realm expert, and it seemed like he was going to attack Taoist Dark North. The moment she realized this, the joy of the Dream Immortal King's breakthrough disappeared without a trace. Her face turned pale, and she blurted out, "Be careful." She knew very well that at this moment, her safety and Baizue's safety were linked together. The moment Baizue was about to use the time reversal power, he naturally noticed the figure that suddenly appeared, as well as the sneak attack that the other party had unleashed, which was almost a sure kill blow. Under normal circumstances, it would naturally be difficult for him to avoid the deliberate planning of an Essence Soul Realm expert. Moreover, it was a sneak attack. Once he was hit, he would definitely die in an instant, even if he maintained the defense of the 5 Divine Emperor's robe. However, he was planning to use the power of time reversal to attack Patriarch Bitter Chalice. Therefore, the moment the attack was about to land on him, Ziyue used the power of time reversal. In an instant, he felt a flash in front of his eyes and returned to 3 seconds ago. Then he saw Patriarch Bitter Lettuce dodging his attacks in the distance. He also saw a Dream Immortal King, who was holding up the 7-colored glaze lamp and being bombarded by the 8 chains. She was trapped on the spot. As for the other Primordial Spirit Realm cultivator who was hiding in the dark, there was no trace of him. He could not help but magnify his perception to the maximum, but he still did not discover anything. His mind was calm, and he did not receive any warning. This is a Primordial Spirit Realm expert who has used the art of concealment to the maximum. He can conceal himself from the heavens and block perception. In terms of profundity, he is even more mysterious than my shadow domain. I did not sense the slightest trace of a demonic cultivator's aura from him. Obviously, he is not a demonic cultivator. Then who could it be? Who would disregard the grudges between the two sides and deliberately launch a sneak attack to kill me? That's right, the 9-star Dao Palace. Only an expert from the 9-star Dao Palace would be so reckless. As his mind raced, Baizuo quickly came to a realization. The 9-star Dao Palace was originally an organization of assassins, so there was no shortage of experts proficient in the art of assassination. Furthermore, he had killed the palace master of the 9-star Dao Palace branch in the cloud-piercing mountain range. This would naturally infuriate the experts of the Dao Palace and lead them to attack him. Although it was somewhat overestimating him for a Primordial Spirit Realm expert to attack him, it was not impossible. Hadn't the demonic cultivator also sent a Primordial Spirit Realm expert to hunt him down? Even though Baizuo understood this, he did not hesitate in the slightest. His every movement was no different from before. Just like before, he swiftly moved and guided Patriarch Bitter Chalice to the spot where he would appear in 3 seconds. However, unlike before, when he made his move, the pure purple elixir energy within his body and his consciousness were surging wildly. He suppressed his aura and deliberately slowed down his pace, not revealing the slightest abnormality. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The moment the 3 seconds passed, Patriarch Bitter Chalice appeared. Patriarch Bitter Lettuce appeared in the predetermined position, and his countless attacks quickly blasted toward his opponent. The assassin in the shadows also suddenly revealed himself. The dagger flashed past like a shadow. Careful! At this moment, a shout could be heard. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, Baizuo turned around and waved his hand. A streak of divine light that resembled a waterfall flashed across the void. It met the dagger head-on and charged at the black figure. Dao Technique, Divine Origin Magnetic Light. Chi Chi Chi. The divine light instantly collided with the short sword. It was as if a withered and decayed tree branch had been blown by a strong wind. Not only did the divine light on the short sword instantly dim, the short sword itself also lost its original spirituality with schwa 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 sounds. It became incomparably dim and flew away along with the wind. Immediately after, the remaining power of the divine light did not diminish and directly rushed towards the black figure. What? How is this possible? Did he find out? Both Patriarch Bitter Chalice and the black figure turned pale with fright. The black figure, in particular, looked as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Having watched the battle for a while, he naturally knew how terrifying Ziyue's attack was. He hurriedly used all his skills to escape and defend. But it was useless. Although his speed was fast, the Origin Magnetic Divine Light was even faster. He only had time to release a black shield. Rumble. The black shield's defensive power was extremely strong. It had consumed 50% of Ziyue's attack's power. Including the 30% he used to destroy the opponent's short sword, he only had 20% of his strength left. However, the remaining 20% of the force still landed on his body at the moment when the shield shattered. Even though his body had been cleansed by the power of the soul and was extremely tough, and he even had the power of the soul to protect him, he was still covered in blood and flesh from this slash. Almost half of his body had been obliterated. He couldn't help but howl in agony. His figure flashed like a bolt of lightning as he fled. It was obvious that he had been severely injured. You only have yourself to blame. Ziyue snorted coldly. He had planned for this attack to land on Patriarch Bitter Lettuce. But the sudden appearance of the 9-star Dao Palace's nascent spirit realm expert posed an even greater threat to him, so he naturally had to bear the brunt of the attack. His opponent's sneak attack had been too precise and ingenious. Under normal circumstances, this attack would have been successful. No Golden Core Realm cultivator would have been able to escape death. However, who asked him to encounter by Ziyue, who had mastered the power of time reversal? Even as a primordial spirit realm expert, Zhang Xian was still unable to react in time to the other party's sudden attack. What a pity. But soon, Bai Ziyue couldn't help but sigh in regret. Although the divine ray of magnetism had struck his opponent, it hadn't been able to kill him. It also made him realize that it was almost impossible for him to kill a nascent spirit realm expert with his current strength. But he was still very satisfied with the outcome. On the other side, Patriarch Bitter Chalice was also caught in a series of attacks. Dazed, the Grand Forbidden Spirit Art, the 5 Emperors Heaven-Sealing Sword Technique, the universe in the sleeve. Patriarch Bitter Chalice was momentarily trapped by all sorts of sealing techniques. It would take him at least a few breaths to break free. Thus, Bai Ziyue no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning that fled with extreme speed. He had no choice but to leave. One nascent spirit realm expert was already a strain on him. Besides, even if his opponent was severely injured, he knew very well that the essence of a nascent spirit realm expert was his opponent's nascent spirit. Physical injuries were nothing to him. At most, it would be a little troublesome for him to recover. He dodged it, and he even used it as a counterattack to severely injure the nascent spirit realm expert. The Dream Immortal King's eyes widened. Her beautiful face was full of shock. Even though she had long known that Bai Ziyue's strength and means were extremely powerful, his combat experience was unbelievably rich, and his grasp of the rhythm of the battle and his superb ability to predict the outcome of the battle made her admire him. But he was still able to react in an instant when faced with what she thought was a hopeless situation. He even took advantage of the opportunity to severely injure his opponent. She was still very shocked. Also, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that his strength is much stronger than when we fought before. Or was he hiding something before? Especially that divine ray of light. Its power is unparalleled and even more shocking. If he were to use this Taoist technique when I was fighting with him, she knew very well that she wouldn't be able to block it. Even if the 7-colored glazed lamp had an unparalleled defense, it would still be impossible for her to escape death. The Dream Immortal King's eyes lit up. Chapter 665. Li Mengxian knew very well that a technique as powerful as the primordial magnetic divine light could not be achieved in a short period of time. In other words, he actually had the strength to directly kill her, but in the end he did not do so. Although she did not know what he was thinking, a trace of strangeness still appeared in her heart. However, even though her thoughts were running wild, she knew that this was not the time for her to lament. Therefore, the moment Ze moved to leave, she hurriedly made a move. With a point of her slender hand, a ray of starlight shot out and immediately broke the 8 chains that bound her. Then, like a phantom, she fled into the distance at top speed. Ziyue's speed was very fast. With his full combat strength, his speed reached the level of a half-step primordial soul realm expert. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew at an extremely fast speed, quickly passing through the continuous mountain range and region after region. However, he did not dare to relax in the slightest. The speed of a primordial soul realm expert is definitely faster than that of a golden core realm expert, unless I have a speed-type Dao technique and cultivate it to the level of mastery or even perfection. Otherwise, with my current speed, although I have gained 4 or 5 breaths of time, if the 2 primordial soul realm experts pursue me with all their might, they will catch up to me in no time. Ziyue's purple core essence was constantly being depleted, and he was not stingy with his primordial soul fluid. He used the primordial soul fluid, which was stronger than his purple core essence, to propel himself forward. Whoosh whoosh, strange winds howled, and rain fell continuously. The vile environment within the Star Source Divine Mountain did not have much of an effect on by Ziyue. The only thing he was afraid of was the spatial crack that would not reveal any trace of its existence. The space crack was like a long knife that lay across the void, extremely sharp. Once cut, even a golden core realm expert would die, and a primordial soul realm expert would be seriously injured. Therefore, Ziyue constantly focused on his attributes panel. Once he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately use the power of time reversal to avoid the danger. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and Ziyue did not encounter any space crack. Moreover, I finally arrived at the entrance to the 4th level. Ziyue saw the entrance to the 4th level of the Star Origin Sacred Mountain from afar. His eyes lit up, and he could not help but relax. The 4th level of the Stellar Origin Sacred Mountain was fraught with danger. Apart from primordial soul realm experts, very few golden core realm cultivators dared to enter. But it was something he had to do, especially when he was suddenly being pursued by 2 primordial soul realm experts. The sense of danger in his heart could be said to have increased greatly. Naturally, he wanted to raise his strength at the first possible moment. And to increase one's strength, one must have a cultivation technique. Within a short period of time, only the Book of the Great Tao on the 4th level of the Stellar Origin Sacred Mountain could help him deduce the cultivation technique quickly. Without the slightest hesitation, Ziyue quickly rushed to the entrance of the 4th floor. His eyes flickered. In the next instant, he appeared in another space. Boom! Before he could even sigh, a terrifying and turbulent gravitational force rapidly fell on his body, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. His feet stomped heavily on the ground, leaving 2 deep pits. The gravitational force on the 4th level of the Stellar Origin Sacred Mountain is 160 times. Ziyue took a deep breath and circulated his Jindan essence throughout his body to resist the sudden gravitational force. Here, my speed is reduced by at least half compared to before. Although I can barely resist it with my physical strength, it has become strenuous. Correspondingly, my strength will also be greatly reduced. Ziyue compared the changes before and after and could not help but frown slightly. If it was said that when he was on the 3rd level, he could still maintain the strength of a half-step to primordial soul realm if he unleashed his full strength, then in this place he could at most display the strength of a king. Of course, this gravitational force was not only targeted at him. Regardless of whether it was a star beast or a primordial soul realm cultivator, it was the same. They would also be affected by the environment here, and their combat strength would more or less be reduced. Ziyue did not stay here for long. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he directly used the Shadow Realm to hide his body. Then, he maintained a steady speed and flew towards the depths of the 4th level. Dong! 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 The weakest star beasts on the 4th level were at least grade 4. Moreover, because of the Stellar Origin Sacred Mountain's chaos, there were grade 5-star beasts. Every single one of them was quite large. As they trampled on the forest, they produced a series of muffled sounds. Usually, at this time, Ziyue would avoid them in advance. If he could not avoid them, with the help of the Shadow Realm, he could always calmly walk through the area where the star beasts were walking without being detected. The concealment ability of the Shadow Realm was really effective at this moment. Moreover, when he moved alone, it was indeed much easier and faster than when there were more than 10 people moving together. Looking at the star beasts that slowly walked past him, Ziyue felt a rare sense of satisfaction. Bai Ziyue did not attack this star beast. After dodging it, he turned his attention to his attribute interface. In the previous fierce battle, I continuously used time reversal and used my spiritual energy to recover my Jindan essence. As expected, I used up a lot of my spiritual energy. I originally had more than 600 million spiritual energy, but now I only have 510 million spiritual energy left. Although it is not a small amount, I'm still a little unwilling to use it up without any results. In addition to the consumption of spiritual energy, I originally had 100 drops of primordial spirit true fluid, but now I only have 45 drops left. Ziyue counted and sighed in his heart. He would never complain about having too much spiritual energy. This time, although he had used the battle with the primordial spirit realm expert to test his strength and understand the level of his strength, the difficulty and helplessness still made him feel a little unhappy. The primordial spirit realm is indeed a barrier for immortal cultivators. Only those who have really come into contact with it can understand how powerful it is. Given my skills and my early-stage Golden Core realm, it will be difficult for me to go against the odds and kill and primordial spirit realm expert. I can only continue to improve my strength. If the early-stage Golden Core realm is not enough, I will improve to the mid-stage Golden Core realm. If the mid-stage Golden Core realm is not enough, I will simply improve to the late-stage Golden Core realm. No matter who it is, since they dared to attack me, they will have to pay the price. I don't believe that the gap between realms is really so difficult to overcome. Ziyue could not help but be ruthless when he thought of the two primordial spirit realm experts who had tried to kill him this time. He was never the kind of person who only knew how to tolerate being bullied. If he was not strong enough, there was nothing he could do. However, once he created a cultivation technique, he would naturally improve his immortal technique realm as soon as possible. At that time, he would naturally seek revenge on the two primordial spirit realm experts. However, if I want to create a cultivation technique in a short time, I will have to borrow the power of the Book of the Great Tao. The Book of the Great Tao is in a secret space on the 4th level of the Stellar Origin Divine Mountain, similar to the Stellar Origin Hell in the Stellar Origin Palace. According to the oral accounts of some people and the records I have obtained, although the entrance to the Stellar Origin Palace changes every time, it is generally located in the middle region of the 4th level of the Stellar Origin Divine Mountain. That is also the most dangerous place on this level. Not only is there a possibility of being touched by a level 5-star beast, but the environment is also very harsh. There are terrifying wind blades comparable to the attack of a primordial spirit realm expert, blood rain that can grind away flesh and bones, and even strange lightning that is comparable to a heavenly tribulation. It is very dangerous. Ziyue muttered to himself, but his movements did not slow down at all. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. I have already reached the middle region. The environment here is indeed harsh. In the outer region, I only need 30% of my mental strength to maintain the shadow domain, and it is enough to block all kinds of strange wind and blood rain outside. However, here, I need more than 60% of my mental strength. Moreover, the surrounding star beasts are obviously stronger. Even if the one that just passed by is not a level 5-star beast, it is definitely a top-notch level 4-star beast. It was able to detect my tracks from 1,000 meters away. Ziyue was secretly shocked. He knew that in such an environment, his shadow domain would not be of much use. A level 4-star beast could detect his tracks. A level 5-star beast would definitely be able to see through his concealment technique. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared for this. He decided not to deliberately conceal himself and continue to fly. Suddenly, he felt that the 5 divine emperor's imperial robe on his body had been cut open. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that a crisscrossing spatial crack that covered an area of 300 feet suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment this spatial crack appeared, a special kind of energy seemed to be activated. Boom! 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 Streaks of strange lightning suddenly spread out from the void and shot out. In almost an instant, it was about to drown Ziyue. Oh no! Ziyue's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he used the time reversal ability. In the blink of an eye, time returned to 3 seconds ago. While Ziyue was flying, he suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hand, and a ray of spiritual light shot out. Whoosh! A spatial crack suddenly appeared 1,000 feet in front of him. Immediately after, strange lightning quickly spread out and enveloped an area of 1,000 feet in front of him. Rumble! Terrifying energy spread out, causing the surrounding ground to be reduced to a depth of 3 feet. That was close. Not to mention the soundless spatial crack. Just the strange lightning alone is so powerful that even a king-ranked expert would find it difficult to withstand. If I did not react in time, I would definitely be severely injured. Ziyue's expression turned slightly ugly. He found it hard to believe that this was a natural phenomenon. However, even many primordial soul realm experts could not determine the strangeness of the star origin sacred mountain. Naturally, he did not know either. After memorizing the location, Ziyue carefully circled around. As he became more vigilant, he set off again. Roar! There was an earth-shattering roar. In terms of power, it was even more powerful than the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King that Ziyue had met in the Star Origin Hell. It was the Primordial Magnet King that had transformed into the Crimson Flame Astral Beast King. Before the huge body came close, a strong stench of blood had already swept out. In response, Ziyue did not hesitate. He circulated the purple core essence in his body and used his divine consciousness. Then, he stretched out his hand. A ray of divine light that resembled a waterfall appeared and swept out rapidly. This was Ziyue's most powerful attack, the Dao technique, Primordial Magnet Divine Light. Chi. No matter how huge the astral beast was, or how tough its body was, it was only 1 step away from level 5. However, the moment it faced this beam of divine light, its blood, flesh, and skin instantly turned into nothingness. It disappeared just like that. Not even a corpse was left. Indeed, it's more fun to deal with these astral beasts. Although the physical strength of a primordial spirit realm cultivator is far inferior to that of an astral beast, their techniques are more unpredictable and they have many defensive treasures. They are much more difficult to deal with. Ziyue felt a sense of satisfaction as he looked at the spiritual energy that had increased by a notch. This attack had also washed away the displeasure he had felt when he had used the great essence-fused divine light many times in the past, yet it had not succeeded. The only thing that he regretted was that once he used this move, there would not be a single trace of the astral beast's flesh and skin left behind. It was a huge waste. I wonder if the 5th level astral beast can block my primordial magnet divine light. Ziyue had not really encountered a 5th level astral beast yet. At this moment, he could not help but look forward to it. However, it was only possible for a 5th level astral beast to appear on the 4th level of the Star Origin Holy Mountain. Most of them were still 4th level astral beasts. Therefore, it was very normal that he had not encountered one yet. After dealing with this astral beast, he continued his search, hoping to find the entrance to the Star Origin Palace as soon as possible. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, found it. The entrance to the secret space. This location is undoubtedly the Star Origin Palace. Half an hour later, Ziyue sensed that the fluctuation of spiritual energy in the surroundings was a little chaotic. He quickly searched for it, and his eyes lit up. In a call in the distance, There was a vortex that was more than 10 feet long and wide. In the center of the vortex, another space could be vaguely seen. It was a huge mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a magnificent palace. It was the Star Origin Palace. However, Baiziwa soon noticed that there was a star beast around the vortex that was emitting a strong fluctuation of primordial chi. The star beast was a few feet tall. It looked a little skinny and had long white fur. It seemed to have a lethargic aura. It was circling around the vortex. This astral beast looked a little like a goat, but its chest, back, and thighs were densely covered with scales. Its fur looked a little soft and fluttered in the wind. However, it should be noted that the surrounding wind was a strange wind that could cut off bones and flesh. Even a divine realm cultivator would not be able to withstand any of the strange wind. After 3 to 5 blows of the strange wind, he would be severely injured, and an aperture enlightening realm cultivator would definitely die. In the end, such a tyrannical and strange wind could only lift its fur slightly. Astral Beast. 5th level Astral Beast. Chapter 666. Just as Ziyue saw the Class 5 Astral Beast, the other party also saw Ziyue. Roar. With a deep roar, the Astral Beast, which looked like a goat, suddenly stood up and rushed towards Ziyue. Its speed was even faster than Ziyue's. However, what made Ziyue heave a sigh of relief was that although the level 5 ferocious beast was fast, it was still slightly slower than the 2 primordial spirit realm powerhouses he had encountered previously. Suddenly, his heroic spirit rose, and he shouted, "Good! I was just about to test the strength of a Class 5 Astral Beast." Then, with a thought, he unleashed all his combat strength. His godly spiritual physique and heaven-patching technique were executed to the extreme. He also spread his shadow domain and quickly swept toward the Astral Beast. Whoosh whoosh. Under the repulsive force of the shadow domain, the Astral Beast's body froze slightly and its speed was affected to a certain extent. Then, the shadow of a person's heart suddenly appeared above Ziyue's head. With a soft shout, a misty green light suddenly rushed out and rushed toward the Astral Beast. At the same time, Ziyue stretched out his hand, and a ball of spiritual light flashed past quickly. Innate divine ability. Great divine ability. Grand, taboo, spiritual technique. However, at this moment, the Class 5 Astral Beast counterattack also came. With a low roar, a yellow light suddenly spread in all directions like lightning. In just a moment, it covered Ziyue's shadow domain and fell on Ziyue's body. Humph! In an instant, Ziyue felt his body sink, and his whole body was being squeezed by a special force. Domain. This Astral Beast had awakened the power of a domain, and it was the very rare gravity domain. Although the domain only contained twice the gravitational force, it was still very powerful. However, because Ziyue was currently in the 4th level of the Star Source Sacred Mountain, he had to endure 160 times the gravitational force. Thus, when the gravitational force was doubled, the gravitational force on his body immediately increased to 320 times the normal gravitational force. Instantly, Ziyue's speed and strength were greatly reduced. However, as Ziyue's mind loss and great forbidden spirit technique landed, the level 5 Astral Beast felt dizzy and the astral power in its body dissipated. Even though it was only for one breath, it came back to its senses, and the astral power in its body broke free again. However, Ziyue's attack had caused its body to stop abruptly. The gravity domain that had spread out in all directions had also dissipated. Ziyue took advantage of this time to quickly make his move. Beams of sword light soared up into the sky, transforming into sword pillars, which rapidly descended to form a massive sword-shaped space. Rumble. The level 5 Star Beast was completely sealed inside. It was the 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword. Immediately after, a flying sword pierced through the air, displaying the power of a single sword to break all laws. It was extremely fast as it shot out. Roar! The level 5-star beast roared and charged forward with its seemingly thin body. A mystic ray suddenly shot out from between the two horns on its head. Boom! The mystic ray hit the sword wall hard, causing the spiritual light on the sword wall to become extremely dim. Immediately after, it slammed its front foot, and the entire sword wall immediately shattered. However, just as it was about to rush towards you, a flying sword flashed across its head. The level 5 astral beast was shocked. It suddenly stretched out its head, and its horns collided directly with the flying sword. Bang! The flying sword flew back without achieving anything. However, Ziyue's attack was not completely useless. Not only did it create a clear crack on its horns, but the terrifying power also penetrated its head, causing it to feel dizzy. Its body, which was moving forward, stopped again. This level 5 astral beast is indeed much more powerful than a level 4 astral beast. Ziyue muttered to himself, but in an instant, he stretched out his hand. Whoosh! Whoosh! He opened his sleeves, and the sky and the earth floated. A massive space suddenly appeared and quickly pulled the level 5 astral beast into it. It was a great superpower, Sleeve Cosmos. Roar! In the Sleeve Cosmos, the level 5 astral beast roared and struggled with all its might, wantonly destroying everything. Soon, there was a deafening sound. Whoosh! The space cracked and collapsed. The level 5 astral beast rushed out quickly. However, before the joy in its eyes could spread, a beam of divine light smashed toward its head like a waterfall. Swoosh! Swoosh! It was as if the Milky Way from the ninth heaven had suddenly descended, and it was also as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Even though its defense was very strong, and its skull was its strongest part, it was still shattered in an instant. Flesh and blood filled the sky. There was even a ball the size of a bowl that shot out. Astral Core? A level 5 Astral Core is also extremely valuable. Ziyue moved, but he did not dare to relax. This was because he did not feel that the soul energy on his attribute panel had increased. He quickly cast a great forbidden spiritual technique, and then the flying sword flashed and rushed out quickly. Roar! As expected, the moment Ziyue's great forbidden spiritual technique rushed out, a huge beast soul suddenly appeared. It wanted to activate the power in the astral core, but because of the seal of the great forbidden spiritual technique, it did not have any effect at all. Then, Ziyue's flying sword pointed. Poof! The beast soul suddenly dissipated and completely died. Soul energy plus 27236121. At this moment, Ziyue reached out and took the astral core in his hand. After looking at it for a while, Ziyue's eyes could not help but light up. This level 5 astral core is indeed very different from a level 4 astral core. Not only does the energy contained in it far surpass that of a level 4 astral core, but the clear patterns on the surface of this level 5 astral core are a manifestation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Through these patterns, not only can my cultivation foundation increase greatly, but I can also comprehend one or two divine abilities from it. Although Ziyue's current level of cultivation was not very high, his vision was extremely profound and accurate. He quickly determined that the patterns on the surface of the astral core were related to the great Tao of heaven and earth. With a thought, his expression changed, and he quickly looked into the distance. Immediately, he saw two figures in the distance, one in front and one behind. They were like lightning, rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. It was the primordial spirit realm demonic cultivator Patriarch Bitterchard and the primordial spirit realm cultivator Ascending Cloud Ancestor, who was pursuing Ziyue from the 9-star Tao Palace. Haha, Taoist Dark North, you can't escape. This time, you will die without a doubt. When the two saw Ziyue's gaze fall on them, their expressions changed and they laughed loudly. Their eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Both of them had come by Ziyue. Even though they belonged to two different forces and had completely different cultivation philosophies, they were still united at this moment, which was a rare sight to see. As expected, they are haunting me. Ziyue's heart sank. With a flip of his hand, he put away the astral core and rushed towards the entrance of the Astral Origin Palace in a flash. As expected, I was a step too late. However, he can't escape. Although the entrance of the Astral Origin Palace restricts the two of us from entering and exiting. When the Astral Origin Sacred Mountains ride ends, it will automatically produce a repulsive force, and he will definitely come out from the entrance again. At that time, he will still be dead. Then let him live for a few more hours. When Patriarch Bitterchard and Ascending Cloud Ancestor saw Ziyue rush in, their expressions turned cold. But soon the two of them calmed down. Their eyes were filled with confidence. Although Primordial Spirit Realm experts were forbidden from entering and exiting the Astral Origin Palace, due to the special environment, there was only one point of contact with the fourth level. Once the Astral Origin rite ended, the special force inside would automatically expel Ziyue, and the exit was near this entrance. Therefore, they were not worried that Ziyue would escape from under their noses. At most, it would delay the time of his death by a few hours. This was nothing to a primordial spirit realm cultivator who had a long lifespan and cultivated for hundreds of years. He would be fine after taking a nap. The Astral Origin Palace is similar to the Astral Origin Hell. Under the special rules of heaven and earth, primordial spirit realm cultivators are forbidden from entering and exiting. Otherwise, there will be a great calamity. There was once a primordial spirit realm cultivator who coveted the Book of the Tao in the Astral Origin Palace and took the risk to enter. However, he was severely injured by the special force inside the Astral Origin Sacred Mountain. Therefore, I don't have to worry about them rushing in directly. Ziyue relaxed as he stepped through the entrance. However, although the two of them can't enter the Astral Origin Palace, they will definitely guard the entrance. With my current strength, I can at most protect myself against one of them. If the two of them join forces, I will definitely die. Therefore, in the Star Source Palace, I have to create a cultivation technique to raise my strength and realm. Otherwise, once the Astral Origin ride ends. But soon, Ziyue's heart tightened again. A strong sense of danger and urgency rose in his heart. That's why I'm determined to obtain the Book of Grand Tao this time. Even if I can't get it, I will definitely need to borrow the power of the Book of the Tao to deduce my subsequent cultivation technique. Ziyue raised his eyes slightly, and a look of determination flashed across his eyes. Then, he looked at the surrounding environment. The entire Astral Origin Palace was actually a huge mountain. The top of the mountain was slightly flat, but there was a huge palace in it. In every corner of the huge mountain, there were faint traces of astral beasts. Occasionally, there would be the roars of beasts. The power of the astral origin on the huge mountain is very strong. If it is calculated according to the grade of the spiritual pulse in the outside world, it is at least comparable to a beginner grade 5. At this moment, Ziyue was at the foot of the giant mountain. However, he could also feel the dense star yuan energy in this space, as well as the phenomenon caused by the star source energy in the giant mountain. There is still one more update in the morning tomorrow. I will start to update normally. Yes, I will adjust my condition as soon as possible. Chapter 667. It's normal for a grade 5-star vein to give birth to a grade 5-star beast. Ziyue's thoughts flashed. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the top of the mountain with his breasts on his back. He knew that he did not have much time left. The stellar source upheaval would last for at most 24 hours. Now that 8 hours had passed, there were at most 16 hours left. He had to find the Book of the Great Tao and deduce his cultivation technique with the help of the Book of the Great Tao. The gravity here is increasing. The closer I get to the top of the mountain, the stronger the gravity. Suddenly, Ziyue's expression changed. He felt that the gravity on his body was increasing. When he was at the foot of the mountain, the gravity on his body was 160 times that of the outside world. However, when he started to climb the mountain, the gravity gradually increased. He had only climbed about 1,000 meters, but the gravity on his body had already reached 180 times that of the outside world. It's not that simple. Ziyue was slightly surprised. As he climbed the mountain, he carefully avoided the star beasts around him. Fortunately, these star beasts had obvious boundaries. Even if they were not far away, they were clearly separated. Ziyue maintained the Shadow Realm. Even if he could not completely hide his body, he could reduce the possibility of being exposed. However, accidents happen from time to time. Among the star beasts, there were also hunters who were good at hiding. Ziyue flew slowly. When he passed by a big tree, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, the big tree came to life. Countless vines, branches, and even leaves turned into attacks that swept towards Ziyue. Ziyue's expression changed. The defensive power of his 5 Emperor's royal robe was reduced by 80% in an instant. In order to guard against danger, he always maintained a state of full combat strength. With the support of the 5 Emperor's royal robe, the defensive power of the 5 Emperor's royal robe was enough to withstand a full blow from a half-step primordial soul realm expert. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the attack of the giant tree was. It was comparable to a king's attack. If it was a slightly weaker cultivator, he would have died in an instant. Chi. As Xiao Chun retreated, a black thread silently sliced out. Great mystique, great magnetic slash. Puff. The trunk of the giant tree was immediately cut into 2 halves. The destructive power contained within the great magnetic slash transformed into a unique rhythm that crazily surged towards the roots of the tree. Puff, puff, puff. A charred aura spread out, and the life force of the huge tree was completely cut off. Soul energy plus 8120256. I can't believe that this enormous tree is a special kind of star beast. Moreover, because the giant tree itself was a dead object, it did not emit any star energy fluctuations, so it was impossible to guard against it. If it weren't for the fact that my defensive prowess was extremely strong and that I was able to maintain my defensive divine ability the entire time, I would have been severely injured or even killed. Ziyue looked at the increase in spirit points on his attribute panel, and his heart grew heavier. Han Sun reached out his hand and pulled out a blood-red tree heart from the tree. It was the star core of the giant tree, but it was a plant, so it was different from an ordinary star core. Its value was not low, and it could be used as a material for refining pills and equipment. More than one. Suddenly, Ziyue looked into the distance. Perhaps Ziyue's sudden attack was too fierce and terrifying, and it directly frightened the other tree-type star beasts in the surroundings. The earth shook, and the giant trees abandoned their roots, uprooted themselves from the ground, and ran wildly into the distance. Roughly counting, there were 7 or 8 of these giant trees in the surrounding forest. Although Han Sun wanted to kill all of these giant trees and harvest a batch of spirit points, he did not dare to do so. However, considering the environment here, Ziyue gave up. As he continued to move forward, Ziyue became even more cautious. 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. Along the way, Ziyue also encountered many star beasts. Most of them were carefully avoided by him. Even if he could not avoid them sometimes, he would use thunderous means to deal with them quickly. Finally, he did not cause too much of a commotion. Soon, he climbed to the 80,000 feet area of the giant mountain. The number of star beasts entrenched in this area was obviously much less than before. Sometimes, Ziyue could not see a single star beast, even after crossing hundreds or thousands of feet. However, once he encountered a star beast, the star beast would be very powerful. The weakest one was comparable to the Crimson Flame Star Beast King, and the strongest one was only 1 step away from a level 5 star beast. With the help of gravity, star beasts of this level could easily see through Ziyue's concealment means. Therefore, once he encountered a star beast, unless the star beast did not notice him, it was inevitable that he would have to fight with it. Fortunately, he was powerful and had the record of killing level 5 star beasts, so it was not difficult to deal with them. His journey was daunting but not dangerous. Ziyue finally reached the top, and stepped into the area where the palace was. I did not encounter a level 5-star beast, Ziwa muttered to himself. Then, he could not help but look at the palace. In this case, either he was very lucky and did not encounter any level 5-star beasts, or the level 5-star beasts were all in the palace. However, judging from his own experience, he did not think that his luck was very good. He used a minor evasion technique, but the result made him feel a little uneasy. However, even so, he did not hesitate at all. He continued to climb along the square in the front yard of the palace. This palace has a simple charm, but it is very different from the buildings of ordinary celestial sections. It seems that the legend that the star source Sacred Mountain originally belonged to a powerful person, but it fell from the upper realm because of a great battle. It is very likely that it is true. This palace has not changed for millions of years. In addition to its extraordinary material, it should also be related to the uniqueness of the star source Sacred Mountain. Ziwa muttered to himself. He crossed the front hall, walked through the middle hall, and soon arrived at the last palace. The moment he stepped into the palace, his expression changed slightly, and his pupils shrank. Star beasts. A total of 5 star beasts were sitting cross-legged in the center of the large hall, as if nothing had happened. However, their eyes were fixed on a floating golden book above their heads. Ziwa sized up the golden book and was shocked. It was somewhat similar to the treasure of the immortal martial Tao sect that he had obtained in the early days. Perhaps the Heavenly Evolution spell Mirror is an imitation of this book of the Great Tao. Ziwa could not help but make some guesses. However, his attention was soon focused on these star beasts. There was one more chapter at night. It was a little difficult. Chapter 668. These star beasts were all looking at the book of the Great Tao that resembled the Zhou Tianyin spell Mirror. Their minds were connected, and they seemed to have comprehended something from it. They all looked intoxicated. They were using the book of the Great Tao to comprehend or deduce the true technique. There are 5 level 5-star beasts. What should I do to deduce the cultivation technique with the help of the book of the Great Tao under their noses? Ziwa was shocked, but he quickly confirmed this point. Level 5-star beasts were not as intelligent as demonic beasts, but they were not like level 3 and level 4-star beasts who only had instincts. They did have a certain level of intelligence and knew some things. However, this made him feel a little troubled, because once he got close, these star beasts would definitely be awakened. He might be able to handle 1 or 2 level 5-star beasts, but 5 of them. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he was no match for them. Wait, if that's the case, why was someone able to deduce the cultivation technique with the help of the book of the Great Tao? But then, he couldn't help but frown. He never belittled himself, but he also knew that his strength was definitely at the top of the Golden Core realm. If there were 5 level 5-star beasts in this hall in the past, the others, even if several Golden Core realm cultivators joined forces, it would definitely be difficult to snatch the chance to deduce the cultivation technique from them. Suddenly, Ziwa was slightly startled. His gaze landed on a small stone tablet at the side of the hall. There was a special kind of writing on the tablet. It was not any language that he knew, nor was it Tao script. However, when Ziwa's gaze landed on it, a piece of information flowed through his mind. There is actually a small teleportation array here. From this small teleportation array, you can step into a stone staircase. Every time you step on a stone staircase, the gravity will double. The higher you step on the stone staircase, the longer you can use the book of the Great Tao. 1 stone staircase represents 10 breaths of time. If you can reach the top, you can even directly take the book of the Great Tao away. Ziwa sensed the information in his mind, and his eyes lit up. At this moment, he finally understood that even though the book of the Grand Tao was right before him, it was utterly impossible for him to use it rashly. It was not only because of the uniqueness of this place, but there was also an invisible defensive barrier around the Great Tao book. It was sufficient to block off the spying and attacks of the outside world. At the very least, the 5-level, 5-star beasts were unable to shatter the defensive barrier even when they joined forces. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with trying. Come to think of it, since the mighty being from the upper realm left behind such a rumor, it naturally can't be fake. Baiziwa thought to himself and was eager to give a try. But before that, then he looked at the book of the great Tao. Without hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and a beam of starlight shot out. This starlight was the star-shattering finger that he had obtained from Li Mengchen. Although it was a great divine ability, because he had not deliberately cultivated it and had not reached the entry level, its power was not strong. However, the condensed astral force also possessed a certain level of power. This attack was just a test. Chi, the astral force, instantly rushed towards the Book of the Great Tao. However, when it was about 10 feet away from the Book of the Great Tao, a light barrier suddenly appeared and directly blocked the astral force. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths later, the light barrier disappeared again as if it had never appeared. As for the star beasts inside, they seemed to be completely immersed in enlightenment and were not affected at all. There is indeed a defensive light barrier, and it does not have the power to counterattack. Baiziwa's attack this time was to confirm this point. This was because, based on his understanding of formations, this defensive light barrier must have formed a formation with the Book of the Great Tao. Once he could break through this defensive light barrier with force, then even if he could not reach the top of the gravity steps, he would still have the possibility of snatching the Book of the Great Tao. This was an opportunity for him. He did not want to wait until he reached the primordial soul realm and then worry about cultivation techniques again. The only thing that worried him was the counterattack power of this defensive light barrier. After all, even the 5-level 5-star beasts had to behave themselves, so he naturally had to be on guard. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not happen. Then, he turned his gaze and moved his body, directly stepping into the entrance of the small teleportation formation. Buzz! The small teleportation formation flashed. In the next moment, Ziyue appeared on a huge stone staircase that stretched for thousands of feet. At this moment, he was at the bottom of the stone staircase. In front of him, there were more than 1,000 stone staircases, one after another. Each staircase was about 10 feet high, and the distance between each staircase was about 30 feet. At the bottom, there's only one time of gravity. If this is the case, then at the top, there will be 1,000 times of gravity. As long as I can withstand 1,000 times of gravity, I will have a chance to obtain the Book of the Great Tao. It seems it is not as difficult as I imagined, Ziyue muttered. However, when he thought about how even the physical body of a level 5-star beast could not withstand such a level of pressure, he knew in his heart that things were definitely not as simple as he imagined. Without hesitation, he began to step forward. For him, who had been enduring 160 times the gravity and had reached 320 times the gravity at the top of the mountain, it was much easier for him to step forward now. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Ziyue's speed was very fast. In a short while, he had stepped onto the 100th staircase. At this moment, the gravity on his body had also increased by 100 times. 100 times the gravity. I can withstand it with just the strength of my physical body. Ziyue had been moving forward against the gravity previously and had already adapted to it. He did not stop at all and continued to move forward. 100 stone staircases, 150 stone staircases, 200 stone staircases. At this point, Ziyue was already a little strained with just the strength of his physical body. As he continued to move forward, the gravity he had to withstand became stronger. Therefore, he did not force himself and directly circulated the pure purple elixir core energy. 300 stone staircases, 400 stone staircases, 500 stone staircases. It is indeed not as simple as I thought. Ziyue's face was a little red. In his current state, under the pressure of 500 times the gravity, even with the protection of the pure purple elixir core energy, he still felt uncomfortable. When he thought about how every corner of the 5th level of the Stellar Origin Sacred Mountain had this level of gravity, he was secretly amazed. Under such circumstances, it would be considered good if he could exert even 10% of his strength. However, this is not my limit. Ziyue's eyes narrowed, and he shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed across his body. Great superpower, God's spiritual physique. In an instant, Ziyue's aura surged. The power in his body boiled and soared. His entire body was trembling with excitement. Even the gravity that was everywhere seemed to no longer exist at this moment. Suddenly, his body moved continuously. In one breath, he climbed another 100 stone staircases and stopped at the level of 620 stone staircases. The amplification effect of the god's spiritual physique is no longer effective. Then, I'll use the heaven patching technique. The pure purple elixir core energy in Ziyue's body boiled again, and his aura soared. Boom, boom, boom. Every step was very heavy. However, every step he took was very firm. Under the effect of the heaven patching technique, Ziyue took another 100 steps and stepped on the level of 720 stone staircases. Next, the amplification effect of the primordial spirit essence. With a thought, Ziyue took out a jade bottle. Following it, drops of the primordial spirit true liquid turned into rays of light and entered his body. He then absorbed them. Chi, chi, chi. A strong and tyrannical aura burst forth from his body once again. A new source of motivation appeared once again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, after 50 steps, by Ziyue finally stopped for real. Huff huff. I'm so tired. Can't I go on? It seems that this is my limit. After all, the level of my immortal technique is still too low. Even if I condense a perfect pure purple golden core, I still can't go on for much longer. I've used all my means, but I've only climbed to the level of 770 stone staircases. Ziyue's forehead was covered in sweat. Most importantly, standing here, he also had to maintain the god's dharma body, the heaven patching technique, and other means at all times. Otherwise, just the pressure of the gravity alone could seriously injure him or even kill him. Therefore, the amount of pure purple golden core that he needed to consume was naturally very terrifying. If he didn't have the attribute panel that could maintain this consumption at all times, he probably wouldn't have been able to bear it. However, I'm still a little unwilling to give up without reaching the 800 stone staircases. Although the 770 stone staircases can allow me to use the Book of the Great Tao for 7,700 breaths of time. However, if I want to deduce a complete golden core level cultivation method that's suitable for me, it's probably still a little difficult and not that safe. Ziyue took a deep breath and felt a little helpless. It seems that I can only give up, Ziyue muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and flashed with an inexplicable light. Wait, I can't give up. I still have a chance, although it's a little wasteful of spiritual energy. However, I can't care so much now. He thought of the star core that he had obtained from killing the goat-like class 5 astral beast. The densely packed Tao patterns on the star core had given him a lot of inspiration when he'd first touched it. If it weren't for the rising cloud ancestor and the bitter ginger ancestor who'd chased after him, he might have taken a few more glances at it and gained more enlightenment. Thinking of this, he quickly flipped his hand and took out the class 5 star core again. As his eyes fell on the star core, his mind moved. Enlightenment time begin. Boom! At that instant, Bai Ziyue could feel his thoughts, senses, divine sense, comprehension of the heavens and earth, etc., improving tremendously at that instant. All kinds of inspiration and foundation that had originally flashed through his mind were also stimulated to the extreme at this moment. Chapter 669. He extended his divine consciousness and focused all his attention on the level 5 astral core. Buzz. In an instant, all kinds of information and mysteries about the trajectory of the great path on the astral core were magnified. He quickly understood and comprehended them based on his own foundation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, was immersed in this infinite comprehension. Inexplicably, the irritation in his heart dissipated. Even the gravitational pressure on his body seemed to have eased a little. As expected, the mysteries of the great path on the astral core are related to gravity. Every Tao mark formed a gravitational structure that was omnipresent in the space, but it was invisible. Although I can't recreate the gravitational field released by the goat astral beast from this astral core alone. However, with my understanding, foundation, and unconstrained ideas, it's not difficult to recreate the gravitational field in a better way. Zu's thoughts were flying. While he was carefully comprehending the rule of gravity, he was also rapidly constructing and creating a new gravitational field that belonged to him. Ultimately, the gravitational field relies on the structure of my own field. In fact, I can combine this rule of gravity with the shadow field that I have comprehended. In the shadow field, I can create a gravitational environment. In this way, I can save the time to continue creating. Moreover, I can also optimize and improve the shadow field, making its effect more obvious and stronger. Zu had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he immediately had an idea. Then, without any hesitation, countless ideas, inspirations, guesses, and various cultivation theories about the shadow field and the structure of gravity, as well as the operating principles of the great divine ability, all of them flowed in his mind and collided in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Under the effect of the brainstorm, his thoughts rumbled and stopped. Then, unknowingly, a trace of enlightenment rose in his heart. A burst of ideas that gushed out quickly combined and evolved, piling up bit by bit and being imprinted in his mind. It's done. I've finally created a new domain-type divine ability. Although it was still based on the shadow domain, it contained the mysteries of gravity. With the help of the mysteries of gravity, not only would the cultivators who charged into my domain have to endure the omnipresent pressure of gravity, the effect of the gravity that enveloped every corner of the world on me would also weaken. With this new domain-type ability, my flying speed and attack speed will both increase significantly. Most importantly, it was an optimization of the shadow domain. Therefore, I don't need to use soul energy to upgrade this great divine ability. However, since the nature of the great ability has changed, I'll change it to the shadow gravity domain. Zu's heart shook, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. Shadow gravity domain. Naturally, it was much more powerful than the shadow domain. Moreover, he also realized that his previous thinking was actually somewhat limited. In fact, he could reorganize the great divine abilities that he had cultivated to perfection in the past and optimize them into a stronger and more perfect great divine ability. For example, a great divine ability that could break all spells with a single sword was at the perfect level. With one more step, it could be upgraded to the level of a Tao technique. Although this shadow gravity domain had not reached the level of breaking all spells with a single sword, it was much more powerful than before. Next, it's time to try and see if I can use this shadow gravity domain to take another step. Zu's heart stirred, and he immediately used the shadow gravity domain. In an instant, he felt that the terrifying gravity that had enveloped him was immediately reduced after being repelled and counteracted. Although his understanding of the rules of gravity was not very deep, and the reduction was not very large, he could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. He did not dare to hesitate. Under such strong gravity, he was constantly consuming the power of the purple extreme elixir essence. Therefore, he quickly took another step. Dong, dong, dong. Every step he took was a stone staircase. Sweat covered his entire body, and his flesh and blood trembled under the pressure of gravity, emitting a unique sense of beauty. 28, 29, 30 steps. In addition to the original 77, there are 800 steps, but I can still hold on. Zu's body tensed, and he gritted his teeth. His eyes stared straight ahead, and he took another step. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps after a full 5 steps. Boom! Under the pressure of 805 times the normal gravity, even with his shadow gravity domain, his body still bent over due to the pressure. I reached my limit. 805 stone steps is equivalent to 8,050 breaths of time for me, to use the Book of the Great Tao. It's a full 350 breaths of time more than before. This is already not bad. I want to reach the top. But with my current strength, I can't do it. At this point, Ziyue finally gave up and chose to give up. The moment he chose to give up, he felt his body lighten, and the gravity that had enveloped him completely disappeared. Then his vision blurred, and his body turned. He was immediately enveloped by a special force and directly transported out. Boom! In the next moment, Ziyue's figure reappeared in the main hall, and he stood in the main hall, on the platform below the Book of the Great Tao. Obviously, there was also a small transmission formation on this platform, which directly transported him here. As for the 5-star beasts that had been standing on the platform, they were no longer where they were. Because of their strong physical bodies and abundant astral power, and because they were very adapted to the environment here, they could withstand much more gravity than Ziyue. But after such a long time, they had already lost the time to use the Book of the Great Tao. Therefore, they were directly expelled by the power of the formation. However, they seemed unwilling to give up the Book of the Great Tao just like that. At this moment, the 5-star beasts were working together and constantly bombarding the defensive barrier. At this moment, when they saw Ziyue suddenly appear on the platform, the 5-star beasts were shocked and even angrier. They all roared and exerted all their strength. However, the defensive light screen's defensive power was extremely strong. No matter how they bombarded it, they couldn't shake it at all. The light screen flowed like the toughest thing in the world. It absorbed and defended all the attacks of the 5-star beasts. Ziyue, who was inside, didn't hear any sound or feel any fluctuation of origin energy. Chapter 670. The defensive power of this defensive screen is indeed powerful. I reckon that even if I use the primordial magnetic divine light, I won't be able to break it. Ziyue quickly glanced outside and heaved a sigh of relief. Then he turned to look at the Book of the Great Tao that was lying horizontally in the void. The Book of the Great Tao was indeed very similar to the heavenly divination mirror that he had obtained previously. However, the difference was that the entire Book of the Great Tao only had one surface, and its function was relatively simple. It could only be used to deduce cultivation techniques. However, that alone was enough to make any cultivator envious. Ziyue had gone through a lot of hardships for this Book of the Great Tao. Without hesitation, he used his mind and his divine consciousness to touch the Book of the Great Tao. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Their minds connected. In an instant, Ziyue felt a special, peaceful power that seemed to be the Tao of nature, and infinite perception of all things in the world appeared in his mind. At this moment, there seemed to be countless sounds of Tao descending. Tens of thousands of great Taos appeared before his eyes. The endless mysteries transformed into beautiful transformations. It was like the vast galaxy, but also like the endless blooming of beautiful light in the universe. It was incomparably intoxicating. When he couldn't help but carefully comprehend it, he felt like there were 1,000 things that he couldn't start from. His heart was full of shock. However, he quickly collected his thoughts and recovered from the shock. He didn't forget the main purpose of his trip. His goal was to deduce and perfect a cultivation technique that was suitable for him in the Golden Core realm. When the sounds of Tao descended, the great Tao was revealed. If he carefully comprehended it, it would indeed give him a deeper understanding of heaven and earth, but it wasn't necessary. More than 8,000 breaths of time isn't considered long. At the thought of this, he hurriedly organized and created the embryonic form of the cultivation technique that he had relied on the comprehension time several times before. Then, with the help of the instant connection in the Book of the Great Tao, he began to evolve and deduce. Suddenly, all kinds of wonderful ideas, all kinds of extremely complicated and perfect ideas, and the mysteries of heaven and earth appeared in his mind. Then, with himself as the blueprint and the embryonic form of the cultivation technique as the essence, he quickly began to fuse and collide, integrate, and deduce. This was a long process that required trial and error. Even though the Book of the Great Tao was incomparably miraculous, as it seemed to contain thousands of mysteries of the Great Tao, and its foundation far surpassed Ziyue's own. However, if he wanted to imprint these mysteries of the Great Tao into his heart, it would still take time. Furthermore, what Bai Ziyue wanted to create was a perfect, top-notch cultivation method that contained the mysteries of the One Yuan Great Tao. Fortunately, Ziyue had already created the embryonic form of the cultivation method before, which saved a lot of preparation time. However, Ziyue suddenly realized that the embryonic form of the cultivation method that he had created using his own foundation as the framework was still too narrow compared to the vast Great Tao. Compared to this vast Great Tao, Ziyue suddenly realized that it was still too narrow. Thus, he couldn't help but modify the embryonic form of the cultivation method. The endless mysteries of the Great Tao could be used as nourishment for him, turning into his foundation and backing. At the same time, he used the attribute panel to activate the enlightenment time. Complementing each other, the effect would be better and the efficiency would be faster. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 100 breaths, 200 breaths, 300 breaths. Time passed slowly. Ziyue's cultivation method was also rapidly perfected as time passed. 1,000 breaths, 1,500 breaths, 2,000 breaths. The cultivation method from the early Golden Core realm to the middle Golden Core realm is completed. 2,000 breaths, 3,000 breaths for 1,000 breaths. The cultivation method from the middle Golden Core realm to the late Golden Core realm is also completed. Ziyue's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. However, it seems that the time needed to go from the late Golden Core realm to the peak Golden Core realm is a little insufficient. Ziyue's thoughts quickly regained clarity. Based on the current speed of advancement of the cultivation method, it was more difficult to deduce from the late Golden Core realm to the peak Golden Core realm than before. Naturally, it would take more time. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. 4,300 breaths have passed. Based on my total of 850 breaths of time, there are still 3,750 breaths left. Ziyue calculated in his heart. However, he didn't dare to waste any time. Most of his thoughts were devoted to creating the cultivation method. At this moment, he was even more glad that he had used the enlightenment time to optimize the shadow gravity domain, thus gaining an additional 350 breaths of time. Otherwise, he would be even more lacking. Time passed slowly. Ziyue's cultivation method was also gradually perfected with the combination of the Book of the Great Tao and the enlightenment time. In the outside world, because they had been attacking for a long time, they were unable to break the defensive light curtain. The 5-level 5-star beast had consumed a lot of energy and slowly stopped. However, they didn't leave. This was because they had already gained some intelligence. They were very clear that after a period of time, Ziyue would inevitably be repelled by the power of the formation inside and be pushed out of the platform. At that time, they would naturally tear this human who dared to intrude into their holy land into pieces. Almost there, almost there. Nearly 8,000 breaths of time had passed. Their expressions changed from impatience to excitement. Although they were rewarded by the Holy Land because they guarded this place all year round and could use the power of the Holy Book for a longer period of time to comprehend heaven and earth. However, they also knew that outsiders could only use the Holy Book for a few thousand breaths of time at most. Based on their hundreds and thousands of years of history, it was at most 7,000 breaths of time. Most of the time, it was only 6,000 breaths of time. It was already very good that Ziyue could reach 8,000 breaths of time. 8,049 breaths of time have passed. It seems that it will be difficult for my cultivation method to be completely perfected in the stipulated time. It will definitely be a little bit lacking, although I can feel that the time difference is not much. Let's begin. I'll use the power of time reversal. Ziyue knew that at this time, he had to use the power of time reversal in the attribute panel. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to create this cultivation method in one go. Although, in the future, He could also use the enlightenment time and the foundation of other cultivation methods to make up for the imperfections. He could also use the previous cultivation methods to cultivate and improve. However, if he couldn't create it in one go, it would always make him feel a little imperfect. Moreover, if he wanted to reorganize and create it in the future, he would need to spend a lot of time and energy. Therefore, if he could solve it in one go, he naturally didn't want to leave it for the next time. Spend 100 million soul power to rewind time by 100 seconds. Zua gritted his teeth and immediately chose to exchange. In an instant, he felt a flash before his eyes, and his figure appeared 100 seconds ago. Then, he didn't dare to waste any time. He immediately immersed his mind into the book of the Great Tao and quickly deduced. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 100 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. It's still not done? It's much more difficult than I thought to perfect the cultivation method. This is only a cultivation method at the Golden Core realm. What if it's at the primordial soul realm? Ziyue's expression changed slightly. He felt that it was a little difficult. He also felt a little heartache. One had to know that by rewinding time by 100 seconds, he had directly used up 100 million soul power points. Even though the number of his soul power points had increased again after exploring the giant mountain and had now reached 800 million, he still felt waves of pain in his heart. However, he had always placed great importance on cultivation methods. Although soul power was good, it was a kind of consumption. He could naturally obtain it by killing star beasts or hunting other creatures in the future. Comparing the two, he naturally knew how to choose. Continue to use time rewind. With a low roar, his figure flashed and appeared 100 seconds ago again. Another 100 million soul power points were consumed. Ziyue's face was a little pale from the heartache. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 100 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. However, Ziyue was a little numb at this time. Without hesitation, he used the power of time rewind for the third time. However, this time, because he had a premonition that the cultivation method was about to be completed and it wouldn't take much time, he only used the power of time rewind to 70 seconds ago. Almost there, almost there. So that's how it is. This mystery is really the most suitable to be used here. Also, this circulation method is really good for increasing my soul power. Amazing, amazing, so that's how it is. Haha, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. It's done, it's finally done. Ziyue suddenly opened his eyes, and his face was full of joy. At this moment, the cultivation method that was suitable for him at the Golden Core level was finally completed. This cultivation method can be said to be of the same origin as the heaven-swallowing divine transformation spell that I created before. It also contains 1,296 acupoints, and it's a cultivation method at the peak level. Moreover, because what was condensed when breaking through to the Golden Core level was the perfect amethyst Golden Core, this cultivation method has a great effect when cultivated together with it. It's really the most suitable cultivation method at the Golden Core level. In addition, it has added the mystery of the heaven-swallowing divine transformation spell, the mystery of the Great Tao of Sound and the Great Tao Song spell, the mystery of the physical defense of the true Golden Cauldron technique and the gravity field that I comprehended here, as well as the thousands of Great Taos in the Book of the Great Tao. Immediately after cultivating this cultivation method, after breaking through to the next level, the strength of my soul, the purity of my amethyst, elixir essence, the strength of my physical body, all of these aspects will be greatly improved. Ziyue felt very satisfied as he comprehended and sighed with emotion. At this moment, exactly 70 seconds had passed. The time rewind ended. In the next moment, Ziyue felt a special vibration of power. His consciousness that was originally connected to the Book of the Great Tao was then separated. Then, under the effect of a strong force, his body was quickly pushed out of the platform. Chapter 671. The One Yuan Great Tao Technique, the Heaven-Devouring Divine Transformation Technique, and this new Golden Core level technique are all techniques that are most suitable for me. The fundamental function of this new technique is actually to accumulate extremely vigorous energy and strengthen my soul power. This will allow me to break through the shackles of the Golden Core, soar into the sky, survive the 9 heavenly lightning tribulations, and attain the primordial spirit. In that case, I shall name this new technique the Supreme Primordial Tao Technique. Using the Supreme Great Tao to forge an astonishing primordial spirit. This Supreme Primordial Tao Technique is nothing more than that. The moment Yue was pushed back by the invisible force, he still had the mind to name this new technique. As this thought flashed through his mind, the word Supreme Primordial Tao Technique appeared in the Cultivation Technique category on his attribute panel. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as he rushed out of the platform, the excited roars of star beasts could be heard. Immediately after, several gravity domains fell, and attacks turned into spiritual light that filled the sky and swept toward him. There were even star beasts with invincible physical bodies. When they stretched out their claws, the air was torn apart and emitted crisp sounds. The surrounding space was compressed and rippled. Although Ziyue was shocked, he did not panic. He had long known that when 8,050 breaths of time passed, he would encounter this tribulation. Therefore, as soon as he was pushed out, he raised his combat power to the maximum and then stretched out his hand. A streak of spiritual light swept out like a waterfall. Boom, boom, boom. Tao Technique, Primordial Magnetic Divine Light. The terrifying divine light vibrated and crushed the astral power attacks one after another. The astral power attacks collapsed and dissipated. The remaining force was like a giant whip that lashed out fiercely. The giant claws of a 5th-grade star beast that could split mountains trembled and retracted as if they had been hit by a heavy blow. Under the terrifying force, the soles of its feet and forelimbs became weak and powerless. It took a while for it to recover. The power of the primordial magnetic divine light did not disappoint me. Unfortunately, even though this power could block the combined attack of the 5-level 5-star beasts, it would still be difficult for him to escape unscathed, not to mention killing those star beasts. Ziyue raised his eyes slightly. He already had a plan in mind. He knew that the 5-class 5-star beasts were even more threatening than Forefather Bitterchick and Rising Cloud Forefather. With his current strength, it was naturally difficult for him to deal with it. Without any hesitation, he glanced at his attribute panel. If it was before, he would naturally be helpless and could only retreat and flee with all his might. However, at this moment, he had the chance to turn the tables and even kill all of these star beasts. Spending 500 million soul energy can raise the supreme primordial Tao technique from the early stage to the middle stage. As expected, the higher the rank of the cultivation method, the more terrifying the amount of soul energy needed to upgrade it. And this is only from the early to the middle stage. Once I reach the late stage, and from the late stage to the peak stage, the amount of soul energy I need to expend will be a huge burden to me. However, this is an upgrade in the golden elixir realm, after all. Compared to ordinary cultivators, it is already countless times faster. Although the amount of soul energy required is huge, it is not unbearable. Ziyue's eyes were filled with surprise, which then turned into a strong sense of determination. Furthermore, this was only because this cultivation technique was created by him. Otherwise, if it were someone else's cultivation method, he would have to go through a period of hard work to reach the entry level before he could use the power of the attribute panel to upgrade it. Upgrade. Ziyue chose to upgrade it without hesitation. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying amount of spiritual qi seemed to be drawn from the 9 heavens. Under the effect of a special force, all of it poured into Ziyue's body. Ziyue's incomparably pure purple elixir essence boiled and rolled like the Milky Way from the 9 heavens. It suddenly started to circulate along the supreme primordial Tao technique. Its speed was unimaginably fast. Chi chi chi. Heaven and earth roared. Ziyue's thoughts seemed to stop for a moment at this moment. Countless cultivation methods, operating principles, and various cultivation experiences regarding the supreme primordial Tao technique suddenly rushed into his mind. As for him, it was as if he had really gone through thousands of years of bitter cultivation in an instant. He directly raised this cultivation technique from the initial stage to the middle stage. As a result, his immortal cultivation realm finally rose from the initial stage to the middle stage of the golden elixir realm. Although he had just stepped into the middle stage of the golden elixir realm, his strength, the strength of his soul, the strength of his physical body, and the purity of his pure purple elixir essence, all of these aspects were greatly improved. Buzz, 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 powerful and vast. Inexplicably, Ziyue felt as if he could cover the sky with one hand, tear everything apart, and destroy the heavens and earth. However, Ziyue knew that all of this was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in his strength. He knew very well that even if his strength had increased tremendously due to the cultivation method, he definitely did not have the supreme strength to cover the sky with one hand and tear the heavens and earth apart. However, my strength has increased tremendously. There is no doubt about it. Not to mention the strength of my soul. Just the pure purple elixir essence in my body has been completely converted into the supreme primordial Tao technique. In terms of toughness, purity, and strength, it is no weaker than the primordial spirit of a primordial spirit expert. At the very least, the primordial spirit essence that only primordial spirit cultivators can condense is no longer of any use to me now. Ziyue's eyelids trembled. He felt a sense of peace and satisfaction. He was also constantly feeling the changes in his strength. He was intoxicated by the feeling that the heavens and earth were no longer the same. As the terrifying aura rose, his aura rapidly increased. It was vast and majestic, shocking everyone. At this moment, the 5-class 5-star beasts that were about to continue attacking Ziyue suddenly stopped in their tracks. They looked at Ziyue in shock and bewilderment, not knowing what to do. Instinctively, they all felt a huge threat. In particular, Ziyue's previous strike that destroyed their combined attack was terrifying. Coupled with his current aura, they instinctively felt a sense of fear. The change in Ziyue's aura was too great and too strong. It really shocked them. After using the time reversal earlier and this time's increase, my spiritual energy is finally running low. Now, I only have 30 million points left. Ziyue glanced at the attributes panel and took a deep breath. Chapter 672. This time, he had used up too much of his spiritual energy. He had more than 800 million points of spiritual energy. Because of the time reversal, he had used 270 million points of spiritual energy. And this time, his spiritual energy had decreased by 500 million points of spiritual energy. Compared to that, the cost of recovering his Jindan essence and comprehending the Tao was negligible. However, compared to my gains this time, it was worth it. It was all worth it. At that time, it was the most perfect cultivation method in the golden elixir realm. He had reached the middle stage of the golden elixir realm with a perfect violet golden elixir that contained 12 golden elixir shackles. Ziyue's heart was surging. Then he suddenly turned around and looked at the 5 level 5-star beasts not far away. After his strength had increased, his confidence had risen to an unimaginable level. Originally, he had to avoid powerful enemies to barely survive, but now, they were no longer a problem for him. Coincidentally, his spiritual energy had been exhausted. He needed a huge amount of spiritual energy to replenish and increase his strength so that he could increase his strength faster. 5 level 5-star beasts. Together, they're equivalent to at least 100 million spiritual energy. Ziyue's eyes were slightly red. Roar, roar, roar. In this astral origin palace, Level 5 star beasts had always been comparable to kings. Even though the aura rising from Ziyue's body frightened them, the majesty of a king was also inviolable. They were instantly enraged. Then, they turned into streaks of flowing light and quickly rushed towards Ziyue. Some of the star beasts that had mastered the power of domains quickly spread their domain power and bombarded by Ziyue's body. Without exception, they had mastered the gravity domain. Boom, boom, boom. 3 domains bombarded him in succession. Immediately, the gravity acting on Ziyue increased from 320 times to about 500 times. Gravity domain? What a coincidence. I could take out your star cores and use them as my reference to perfect my gravity shadow domain. Ziyue grinned hideously. The gravity shadow domain was activated. As his body became lighter, he also used the God Spirit Dharma body and the heaven patching technique. His combat strength immediately soared to the extreme. Boom! A star beast lashed out with its tail as fast as lightning, tearing the void apart with a rumble. Ziyue's body flashed with lightning, and his speed was unbelievably fast as he dodged the other party's attack. However, at the moment when Ziyue's figure retreated, a black thread silently shot out. Great divine ability, primordial spirit, great cleave. The star beast turned pale with fright. However, the speed of the black thread was too fast. Even if it reacted at the first moment, the defensive power of its body had already reached the 5th level and was incomparably tough, comparable to a top-grade golden core treasure, and there was even a protective starlight circulating around its body. But under the power of the great magnetic slash, everything was cut apart. Puff! It was quickly cut into 2 halves. As the terrifying destructive power spread out, it immediately scattered the soul within the star core. As Ziyue cultivated the Tao technique, the great magnetic divine light, and cultivated it to perfection, when he used the great magnetic slash, he could not help but carry a trace of the great magnetic slash's characteristics. Not only did it make the attack more powerful, but its destructive power was also much more terrifying. As my cultivation level has increased, the power of my various attacks has indeed increased by a lot. If my previous great magnetic slash was at most half a step into the primordial soul realm, then this time it is definitely above half a step into the primordial soul realm and has truly stepped into the primordial soul realm. Although a 5th level star beast is strong, it is still slightly inferior to a true primordial soul realm cultivator. Naturally, it will not be able to withstand the attack of my great divine ability. Ziyue was calm and was not at all surprised by the effect of this attack. His figure flashed, and he was already in front of another 5th level star beast. He stretched out his hand. Boom! Immediately, a huge space appeared in his sleeve, and in an instant, it pulled the star beast into it. At this moment, his sleeve closed up. Great divine ability, heaven and earth in the sleeve. Then, he no longer paid any attention to the star beast. His flying sword pierced through the air and manifested the one sword to break all spells. Puff! A ferocious-looking star beast with a huge horn on its head charged towards him. Before it could get close, its head was pierced through by the flying sword. Boom! Then, it fell heavily to the ground and did not get up again. At the same time, a star beast with its mouth wide open and a terrifying amount of star power was brewing in its mouth. It was about to spit out an attack towards Ziyue. However, Ziyue also reached out his hand in an instant like a phantom. In an instant, a ball of spiritual light was rapidly shot out by him. Great divine ability, grand forbidden spirit art. Puff! In an instant, the star power that had just been brewing in its mouth dissipated in an instant. Moreover, the sealing method of the Great Spirit Sealing Technique seemed to be unimaginably powerful. Not only did it seal up the star beast's star energy, but even its flesh and blood seemed to be affected by a special power at that moment. It was unable to move at all. In the wailing, the star beast's eyes were filled with obvious fear. It was scared. The feeling that it couldn't control any of its astral power, flesh, or blood power made it extremely panicked. Oh, The last star beast was the strongest, but it was also the smartest. When it noticed that out of the 4 star beasts of the same level as it, 2 were dead and 2 were trapped in a short period of time, it was immediately terrified. Without thinking, it quickly fled out of the hall. Too powerful. The means and the strength Ziwa showed at this moment were really too powerful. It was beyond its imagination. It was even more horrifying. Escape? Do you think you can escape? Zus sneered. He triggered his mind. In an instant, dazzling sword light flashed between heaven and earth. The sword light was extremely dazzling. When it soared into the sky, it seemed to be the only one in the world, shocking everyone. However, the sword lights began to descend at an even faster speed than before. Boom, 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 they directly pierced through the void. In an instant, they formed a huge sword-shaped cage that was completely wrapped by the sword light. And in the middle of the sword-shaped cage was the star beast that was about to escape. Great divine ability, 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword. In an instant, the class 5-star beast began to frantically resist and bombard it. But just like the star beast that was kept in the heaven and earth sleeve, no matter how they attacked, the 2 restraining great divine abilities were as stable as city walls and could not be shaken at all. With my current strength, it is really too easy to deal with these star beasts of the 5th level. When I go all out, the power of any of my great divine abilities has already reached the level of the primordial soul realm. The restraining power of the heaven and earth sleeve and the 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword can even make it difficult for a true primordial soul realm cultivator to break free. Not to mention these star beasts of the 5th level who are not even as strong as a primordial soul realm cultivator. Baiziue casually used all sorts of methods, which made him feel very comfortable. Then, without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and the flying sword rushed out again. Poof! The head of the star beast that had just broken free from the great forbidden spirit technique was completely penetrated. The beast soul in the star core was quickly annihilated by the sword chi of the flying sword. Then, the flying sword flashed and fell into the heaven and earth sleeve and the 5 Emperor Heaven Sealing Sword. In a short time, the remaining 2 star beasts were directly killed. Whoosh, whoosh, the mighty wind blew and the world became clear. 5-star beasts of the 5th level were all killed by Ziyue at this moment. This confirmed the Taoist name that he had casually mentioned earlier, the 5-kill True Lord. These 5-star beasts of the 5th level were not weak. When they joined forces, they were even more threatening than the 2 primordial soul realm cultivators that I met earlier. Unfortunately, the one they encountered was me, who had broken through to the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. Baiziwa looked at the 5 corpses on the ground and gasped in admiration. Then, his gaze landed on the attribute panel. He smiled and said, "Yes, the amount of spiritual energy given to me is also quite large. Originally, I was only left with 30 million spiritual energy. Now, it has soared to more than 100 million and reached the level of 150 million spiritual energy. This has greatly alleviated the tension in my spiritual energy." Ziyue was very satisfied with the results of this battle. He started to collect the spoils of war quickly. Soon, there were 5-star cores of the 5th level in Ziyue's hands. Their corpses were thrown into the northern underworld Grotto Heaven's treasury. He planned to deal with them himself after he got out. Every one of these 5-star cores is indeed a manifestation of Tao laws. Moreover, perhaps because they have used the Book of the Great Tao and comprehended the Great Tao of heaven and earth, the changes of Tao laws on their star cores are obviously more than the one I obtained outside. Most of them are Tao law runes related to gravity. They can definitely help me perfect my gravity shadow domain. Ziyue's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. Then, his gaze fell on the platform in the distance. On the platform, the Book of the Great Tao was floating in the void. Vaguely, there seemed to be flowing light flashing by. It was so dazzling and eye-catching. The Book of the Great Tao. One has to step onto the gravity steps and reach the top to be able to take it out. The Star Origin Sacred Mountain has fallen here for tens of thousands of years. Countless cultivators have stepped into this place, and there is no lack of outstanding cultivators with unparalleled strength. There are even some who are comparable to the half-step primordial soul realm, or even the primordial soul realm. However, no one has been able to take it away. When I tried before, I only reached 805. You can imagine how difficult it is. Ziyue muttered. He wanted to try again and see if he could reach the top with his current strength. However, he only had one chance. He had already lost the chance to continue climbing the gravity steps. So, Ziyue's eyes flashed. Chapter 673. Therefore, I can only use brute force to break through its outer defensive light screen and shatter it. Only then can I truly obtain the Book of the Great Tao. No one would not be tempted when faced with the Book of the Great Tao. Even the sect masters and primordial soul realm powerhouses were the same. Ziyue was naturally the same, although he had now lost the opportunity to ascend the 1,000 gravity steps again. He had the possibility of using brute force to break through the entire defensive light screen. The defensive power of this defensive light screen is extremely strong. It seems to be connected to the entire stellar source palace. As long as it is not shattered in one go, it can instantly recover to its original state with the help of the beginner grade 5 star vein beneath the stellar source palace. Previously, the 5 grade 5 star beasts joined forces but failed to shatter it with their continuous attacks. This shows how strong it is. Judging from this, its defensive power is definitely above the mid-stage primordial soul realm. Ziyue looked at the Book of the Great Tao and took a deep breath. He inexplicably felt a little nervous. If it was me in the past, even if I used my Tao skill, the primordial magnetic divine light, which is comparable to the full force attack of a third-tier mid-stage primordial soul realm cultivator, it would probably be difficult to shatter it. But now it's not impossible. Ziyue muttered in his heart. As he fully unleashed his combat power, the purple polar elixir essence in his body circulated wildly. Traces of inexplicable aura brewed around him. Heaven and earth froze, and everything fell silent. Hum, hum, hum. Before the light of the divine essence-fused light could fully manifest, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. It was as if the void had become wrinkled, and it became chaotic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of water, like a waterfall or a gathering of stars in the sky, fell into Ziyue's hand. He waved his hand. Rumble! The void roared. Space collapsed, like a stream of light flashing past. Fast! It was extremely fast. Even with Ziyue's eyesight, he could barely detect its trajectory before it crashed directly into the defensive light screen. Crack! The mirror-like defensive light screen was directly shattered. The remaining power turned into a stream of light that directly bombarded the main hall behind him. Sha sha sha, like a sandstorm, the entire hall instantly collapsed and turned into ashes. It shattered. Bai Ziyue's eyes widened as he revealed an extremely excited expression. Without any hesitation, he rushed out. Soon, a treasure that looked like a book and a round mirror appeared in his hand. You obtained the Book of the Great Tao. Even though he had already guessed this in his heart, his strength was no longer the same as before. As his cultivation level soared, the power of his primordial magnetic divine light also soared. However, when his attack truly shattered the defensive light screen and he obtained the Book of the Great Tao, he was still extremely excited. Although its appearance is somewhat similar to the Zhou Tianya magic mirror, there are actually many differences in the specific details. Disregarding everything else, just the material of this Book of the Great Tao is countless times better than the heavenly mirror. Ziyue sized up the Book of the Great Tao. He couldn't help but use his consciousness to scan it. He was looking forward to using the Book of the Great Tao to create a new technique. Then, his expression changed, and he said in a daze, "What's going on? It's not working?" When his consciousness swept over, the Book of the Great Tao didn't move at all. It was no longer like before, when it could evolve thousands of great Taos and manifest countless mysterious scenes. Then, Ziyue seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly injected his Jindan essence into it. Buzz! Suddenly, the Book of the Great Tao trembled slightly. It was only then that Ziyue's perception truly revealed the feeling of thousands of great Taos being available for viewing. However, isn't the energy required to activate the Book of the Great Tao a little too terrifying? It's only been a few breaths, and my Jinan essence is already so dense that it can't sustain it? But soon, Ziyue's expression changed slightly, and he stopped. Thinking about it, it's normal. The Book of the Great Tao could be activated previously because of the continuous supply of energy from the beginner grade 5 star vein under my feet. Now that I've broken the formation, the connection between the star vein and the Book of the Great Tao has naturally been lost. I can only activate it with my own strength. Ziyue's face lit up with realization, but he couldn't help calculating in his heart. If I use the same formation to link it, the spirit vein, or even spirit stones to activate it, I should be able to make the Book of the Great Tao play a huge role. He thought of the spirit vein in his northern underworld grotto heaven that had been promoted to beginner grade 4. Although it was far inferior to this beginner grade 5 star vein, it shouldn't be difficult to sustain the Book of the Great Tao's consumption in a short time. Of course, if he wanted to activate it for a long time, such as using the Book of the Great Tao to create a technique, the consumption would be enormous. He would have to add spirit stones to maintain it. He estimated that 10,000 superior grade spirit stones would only be able to sustain it for a breath at most. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't want to try such a consumption. After studying the Book of the Great Tao for a while, Ziyue finally put it away. Then, he dashed in the direction of the other palaces. After dozens of minutes, Ziyue walked out of the palaces with a regretful look on his face. After tens of thousands of years, countless cultivators had come one after another, and the valuable things inside had long been taken away by others. Naturally, he had gained nothing. Then he didn't stop. He directly rushed to the top of the mountain and the various star beasts. Previously, when he had come up the mountain, he had wholeheartedly wanted the Book of the Great Tao. In addition, his own strength was still insufficient, so he didn't dare to be too arrogant. However, now, not only did he have the Book of the Great Tao, but his strength was also not what it used to be. He had even created a golden elixir technique, which required a huge amount of spirit energy to improve his celestial technique realm. Therefore, Ziyue instantly became envious of the many level 4 star beasts on this huge spirit vein. This was equivalent to a huge amount of spirit energy. In addition, each star beast's flesh and blood essence, material essence, bones, and even the star core were all very valuable. Naturally, he was unwilling to give them up. Roar! 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 Beast roars shook the earth. Attacks shook the heavens. The battle had entered its most intense state from the very beginning. However, since the beginning, Ziyue had already killed the 5 strongest level 5 star beasts in the entire Star Source Palace. Although the remaining star beasts had different strengths, there were many who were proficient in special techniques, and there were even groups of star beasts that were not weaker than level 5 star beasts. However, in the face of Ziyue's ferocious attacks, all of them were easily killed and annihilated. On this day, the starry sky was dyed red with blood. Countless star beasts died, and wails filled the air. Chapter 674. 2 hours later, Ziyue's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. This time, Ziyue was in a frenzied killing spree. Although there might be some that he missed, at least 90% of the star beasts in the mountain had been slaughtered by him. Even this star vein, if not for the fact that it was connected to the entire Star Source Mountain and made him vaguely feel a special and powerful force brewing within, would definitely have been dug out by him. What a pity, Ziyue sighed, but his eyes could not help but look at his own attribute panel. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. The number of spiritual energy has soared again from 150 million to 530 million. It has increased by a total of 380 million points. The huge and rapid gains are even more ferocious than during the demon-slaying battle back then. He lamented, but in his heart, he felt that it was normal. During the demon-slaying battle back then, although many cultivators had perished, most of their immortal spell realms were not high. Naturally, the amount of spiritual energy given to him was much less. This time, although the number of star beasts he had killed was far less than before, each star beast was at least at the 4th level, which was comparable to the late golden elixir realm. Of course, the amount of spiritual energy given to him was much greater than before. More than 500 million spiritual energy is not enough for my immortal spell realm to advance to the late golden elixir realm. However, it can also make my extreme purple elixir essence energy thicker than before. Ziyuan knew that although his immortal spell realm had advanced to the middle golden elixir realm, he had just advanced. However, the truth was that he had just broken through to the next level. Not only was his pure purple elixir essence not considered rich, but the degree of condensation was also different from that of a true immortal soul cultivator. Although it was not big, it was still at the same level. But he was very clear that since the 2 primordial soul realm cultivators had predicted that he would rush out from this exit, they would definitely set up an inescapable trap. Now, even if he was at least 70% confident that he could kill the 2 of them, he still had to take precautions. So, spending 10 million spiritual energy can increase the cultivation progress of the middle stage of the Supreme Primordial Tao technique from 0% to 1%. Indeed, the cultivation of the technique can also be improved in stages. From a middle stage to the late stage, it would require 1 billion soul points to officially advance. If I break it down, I can use 10 million soul energy to increase my cultivation speed by 1%. Ziyue was not surprised by this, although most of the time he would upgrade at once. However, this method of slowly increasing one's cultivation speed was something he was extremely proficient in when his soul energy was insufficient in the early days. At this moment, knowing that someone would make a move against him, he naturally wouldn't be stingy in making more preparations in order to be absolutely safe. Upgrade. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation progress of the Supreme Primordial Tao had reached 1% of the middle stage. His pure purple elixir essence power, the strength of his soul, and the strength of his physical body also seemed to be improving along with the progress of this cultivation method. Although it was not obvious with his control over his own power, he could naturally sense it. Continue. It was only 1% of the progress. Of course, he was not satisfied. By spending 100 million soul energy points, I can raise the middle stage of the Supreme Origin Tao technique from 1% to 11%. Upgrade. 100 million soul points. As such, Ziyue chose to upgrade one after another. He directly raised his cultivation speed to 30% of the middle stage. The strength of his physical body, the purity of his pure purple elixir essence power, and the strength of his soul also increased greatly. His strength also soared. I only have 230 million soul energy points left. Although I still want to continue upgrading, in order to be absolutely safe, I naturally have to save it for emergencies. From Ziyue's point of view, strength was very important. However, he also knew that once he encountered a powerful enemy that he could not resist, it was even more important to leave some soul energy as a trump card and use the power of time reversal to avoid, because this could save his life. Previously, if he did not have the soul energy to use time reversal, not to mention escape, it would be a problem whether he could survive. Following that, his figure leaped slightly and directly rushed out of the space entrance. The surrounding wind and waves are starting to reduce, and the strange wind and thunder are also slowly slowing down. The riot of the stellar origin Divine Mountain should be ending soon, right? It's about time. At most, it will be 2 hours. This time, the riot of the stellar origin Divine Mountain will end. When that time comes, Daoist Dark North will definitely be pushed out of the stellar origin palace by the special power of the Divine Mountain. Once he is pushed out, he will definitely fall into the inescapable trap that we have set up. He is dead meat. Near the entrance of the stellar origin palace, 2 cultivators faced each other from afar. Their auras were not obvious, but they both had a special aura of Tao. They were the two great primordial soul realm ancestors, Patriarch Bitter Ginger from the True Devil sect, and Patriarch Rising Cloud from the 9-star Tao Palace. In order to hunt down Ziyue, the two of them could be said to have painstakingly planned and even joined forces. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed a true cultivator of the 9-star Tao Palace. You were actually able to set up this stellar immortal trap formation around the violent Yuan Qi fluctuations at the entrance of the passage. With this formation here, not to mention that Taoist Dark North is only a Golden Core realm cultivator. Even an early primordial soul realm cultivator like you and me would find it extremely difficult to break free. Old ancestor Ku Sanj said respectfully, the environment here is not suitable for setting up a formation. Although this stellar immortal trap formation has been completed, it can only display 60% of its power at most. It is not difficult to trap an early primordial soul realm cultivator for a period of time, but it is not so easy to capture him. In addition, this Taoist Dark North does have some tricks up his sleeve. Fellow Taoist, you should understand this after exchanging blows with him, especially that divine light attack of his. Even now, I still feel some lingering fear when I think of its power. It is definitely not weaker than the all-out attack of a cultivator who has just advanced to the mid-primordial soul realm. This formation of mine can at most withstand 3 attacks of that level. Patriarch Rising Cloud spoke humbly, but there was an obvious smile on his face. Although he was praising Ziyue, he was actually very pleased with himself. Although Ziyue's methods were strong, he would need 3 attacks to break through his great formation and escape. However, by the time Ziyue destroyed his formation, he and Patriarch Bitter Chalice would have been able to kill Ziyue countless times over. As expected, Patriarch Bitter Ginger quickly smiled and said, with Taoist Dark North's methods, he would need 3 attacks of that divine light to break through this great formation. However, the time required for 3 attacks is definitely not short. Do you think we can let him attack as he pleases? He would have long been blasted to smithereens. There is no way he will be able to escape this time. I will not allow the same thing to happen again. Chapter 675. The two of them silently discussed. Their gazes silently fell in the direction of the entrance and exit. Their faces were relaxed. Indeed, they felt relaxed. Previously, although Ziyue's strength had exceeded their expectations, the two of them still took him seriously, barely treating him as an existence on the same level as them. However, they knew in their hearts that their strength was definitely above his, and their combined strength was far superior to his. Now that they had made many preparations and set up a formation to assist them, they naturally felt that their plan was foolproof. It should be soon. This time, take it as my way of repaying you for saving my life earlier. Dozens of miles away, a beautiful and peerless cultivator was also looking at the entrance of the Star Source Palace from afar. Her aura seemed to be a little unstable and not very stable. Her pale face had a trace of abnormal red, as if she had just experienced a great calamity. However, her eyes were filled with unswerving determination. She did her best to suppress her aura as she gazed at the scene in the distance. So fast. He came out early? Suddenly, she was startled and revealed a trace of surprise. Then, she lifted her finger slightly and placed it on a formation, activating the means she had set up earlier without hesitation. Boom! Instantly, a magic treasure that looked like a javelin turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out fiercely. He came out so quickly. On the other side, Ancestor Bitter Lettuce and Ancestor Ascending Cloud were also startled. However, they quickly took action. They quickly activated the stellar immortal trapping formation they had set up earlier. Rumble. Under the effect of the raging spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the formation's power could hardly be exerted. However, not only was the stellar immortal trapping formation a high-level formation, but it was also a rare treasure, the stabilizing origin bead. No matter how raging the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was, it would be affected and stabilized. Therefore, the stellar immortal trapping formation could be put to use at this time. As expected, he's guarding outside. Furthermore, he even managed to set up a formation. As soon as Zua rushed out of the entrance, he suddenly felt a flash in front of his eyes. In the void, it was as if a black cloth had suddenly appeared, covering the entire world and all the clouds and mist. However, within the black cloth, there were 1, 2, 3 seemingly endless stars that suddenly fell down and sealed him within. He knew very well how difficult it was to set up a formation in a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was rampant. It was obvious that the two primordial spirit realm cultivators had put in a lot of effort to set it up successfully. However, he wasn't surprised by this. He raised his eyes slightly. He had been prepared for this for a long time. With a thought, he stretched out his palm. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void. The space seemed to have wrinkled and became chaotic. Then, with a piercing sound, a divine light that resembled a waterfall suddenly appeared. Tao technique, primordial magnetic divine light. Who's there? How dare you? Just as Bai Ziwei was about to hurl out the divine essence-fused light, a voice suddenly rang out. All of a sudden, 2 cries of surprise were heard. Then, boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a violent and ferocious attack rapidly landed on the formation above Ziwei's head. Chi, chi, chi. In the blink of an eye, the light of the stars outside the formation dimmed to the extreme. However, the Celestial Entrapment Formation was one of the rare intermediate grade 5 grand formations. Even though its power was greatly reduced due to the environment, it still required the combined attack of 3 intermediate primordial soul stage cultivators in order to break the formation and rescue Bai Ziwei. Therefore, although the Dream Immortal King's attack was powerful and was not weaker than the full force attack of a middle primordial spirit realm cultivator, it was still difficult to break the formation. What's going on? Who's helping me? Bai Ziwei was stunned and a little dumbfounded. He had always been a loner and had never had a helper in a life-and-death battle. Although there were 1 or 2 old acquaintances on Xingyuan's Sacred Mountain, both Wang Yujian and perfected Lord Lingkoffen were only at the early or middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm. In a battle against a primordial spirit realm expert, they were completely useless. Moreover, Ziwei could clearly feel that the power of the attack on the formation was not weak. In fact, it was not weaker than the primordial magnetic divine light that he had used before his breakthrough. Who could it be? Ziwei was puzzled, but he did not hesitate to throw out the primordial magnetic divine light. Boom, boom, boom. The void roared, and the space collapsed. The attack seemed to have blasted from one side of the space to the other, and finally landed on the formation. Puff! There was a loud sound. The formation was broken. Heaven and earth became clear, and the scene of the outside world appeared in front of Ziwei's eyes. Naturally, he saw the shocked and furious Forefather Emerald and the rising cloud Forefather. Then, he saw a peerlessly beautiful female cultivator in the distance. She was charging toward the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. It was obvious that the one who had attacked the formation and wanted to help him was this female cultivator. Her identity surprised Ziwei. She was Dream Immortal King Li Mengxian, someone who had a personal grudge against him and whom he had fought before. How is this possible? The stellar immortal trap formation is broken so quickly. Both the Rising Cloud Ancestor and the Bitter Chalice Ancestor were aghast. This attack had surprised them again and again. Dream Immortal King had appeared out of nowhere and sabotaged their plan. Soon after, Bai Ziwei also began to retaliate. They were not surprised by this. However, what shocked them was the strength of the other party's attack was more than twice as strong as what they had expected. Not only was the attack swift, but its power was also unimaginably strong. Just by landing on top of the formation was immediately shattered. Although the Dream Immortal King had attacked first and destroyed the formation, as primordial soul realm experts, they had sharp eyes. Naturally, they knew that even without the Dream Immortal King's attack, by Ziyue's attack could easily destroy the formation. That attack had long surpassed the formation's tolerance limit. He seems to have broken through. He's broken through from early Golden Core realm to mid-Golden Core realm. It's only a minor realm increase. How does strength increase so much? Is this attack really something a Golden Core cultivator can unleash? I don't know. But according to what I know, it's not like there aren't any Golden Core cultivators that possess offensive techniques that are comparable to primordial soul cultivators. But there's absolutely no one that can reach such a shocking level like Taoist Northming. Chapter 676. The power of this strike has already far surpassed yours and mine. It's almost at the level of the late primordial spirit realm. Advanced primordial spirit realm? That's right. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but the Dream Immortal King's immortal technique seems to have broken through as well. Although I didn't sense any pure yang qi from her body, which proves that her soul hasn't gone through the baptism of the lightning tribulation and advanced to the level of primordial spirit. But if my guess is correct, she must have broken free from all the shackles of the Gold Core. From then on, he was free and unfettered, and was only a step away from the primordial spirit realm. In other words, the current her can trigger the lightning tribulation at any time and possibly break through to the primordial spirit realm. Their thoughts flashed wildly, and for the first time, they felt a trace of panic in their hearts. One of them was only at the middle Golden Core realm, but he possessed an offensive strength that was comparable to a middle or advanced primordial spirit realm cultivator. On the other hand, the other had broken free from all the shackles of the Aurus Core and obtained great freedom. He had the possibility of breaking through to the immortal soul realm at any time. With the two of them joining forces, the threat to them was too great. His initial pride and confidence were shattered into pieces at this moment. Hurry up and leave. I can only hold them off for 5 breaths of time. Dream Immortal King didn't know about the thoughts flashing through the minds of Forefather Serpentine and Rising Cloud Forefather. She also didn't know that Ziyue's current strength was no longer the same as before. The moment he rushed over, he sent a soul message, and he immediately attacked. With a thought, the rainbow glazed lamp quickly appeared above her head. As the glazed lamp fell and enveloped her, a 7-colored spiritual light flashed and quickly rushed towards the 2 primordial soul cultivators. This was the second ability that had been unlocked from the 7-colored glazed lamp after her strength had increased. 7-colored soul stabilizing light. Leave? There's no need. Ziyue raised his eyebrows in surprise and said indifferently. Without the slightest hesitation, he stretched out his hand, and the Dark North flying sword flew out, unleashing the one sword to break all laws. In the next moment, the flying sword closed in on Patriarch Bitter Chick, who was even closer to him. So fast, so strong. Patriarch Bitter Lettuce sensed how terrifying the sword was. Not only was it fast, but it also contained a piercingly cold sword energy that seemed capable of tearing the world apart and piercing through all things. Even though the sword chi had not truly landed on his body, it had already caused him to be extremely shocked, and he even had a feeling that he could not block it. Unstoppable. How could an early-stage essence soul realm fiendish cultivator be unable to withstand a single strike from a mid-stage Golden Core realm cultivator? Patriarch Bitter Lettuce suppressed the shock in his heart and waved his hand. The bone saber turned into a streak of light and shot forward. At the same time, he summoned his natal magic weapon, the Black Scorch Saber. The Black Scorch Saber also evolved a Dao technique, the Myriad Blood Mortal World. Waves of bloody light swept out like a river. Chi. Although Zue's natal magic weapon, the Dark North Flying Sword, was not a high grade, it had been tempered by his purple core essence. In addition, it already possessed spirituality and had the potential to become a spirit treasure. Whether in terms of power or toughness, it was no weaker than a supreme-grade Golden Core realm treasure. Coupled with Ziyue's one sword shattering all laws, When Bai Ziyue was at the early stages of the Golden Core realm, he had unleashed the might of a single sword strike that could destroy all techniques, that had already exceeded the half-step Essence Soul realm and touched the early stages of the Essence Soul realm. Now that Ziyue had broken through to the mid-stage Golden Core realm, his strength had increased in all aspects. Naturally, the power of this attack had also soared to an unimaginable level. Therefore, when Ziyue's flying sword touched the bone saber trembled. Bang! The bone saber trembled violently, and its spiritual light dissipated. Then it was knocked away. The remaining force of the flying sword did not diminish, and landed on Patriarch Bitter Lettuce's black scorch saber. Chi! The river-like blood-red light quickly dissipated, and the black scorch saber's body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, revealing obvious cracks. At this point, the power of Ziyue's attack had not completely dissipated. Although its power had been reduced by 70%, the remaining 30% of its power still landed on Patriarch Bitter Lettuce's body. Uff. Fortunately, I still have a set of white bone Taoist robes on me. Patriarch Bitter Lettuce's face was pale, but his face was filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. At this moment, he was wearing a Taoist robe made entirely of white bones. This white bone Taoist robe was a defensive robe made of the bones of a primordial spirit true cultivator. It was combined with many precious materials and relied on the true pattern secret technique unique to the true devil sect. Its defensive power was strong enough to block an all-out attack from a primordial spirit realm expert. Ziyue's flying sword's power was unparalleled, but after being blocked by the previous two attacks, its power had been greatly reduced. Therefore, after colliding with the white bone Taoist robe, it finally exhausted its remaining power and returned empty-handed. Patriarch Bitter Lettuce heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to retreat and wait for an opportunity to counterattack, or if he saw that the situation was unfavorable, when he suddenly felt a tremor in front of him. He suddenly raised his head, only to see a black thread silently chopping towards him. The black thread seemed to contain an incomparably powerful force. It cut through the air like a blade, causing ripples to appear in the sky and faintly forming a crack in space. Die! As the great magnetic slash descended, Ziyue's indifferent voice rang out. The great magnetic slash. Patriarch Bitter Lettuce's face turned pale with fright. However, he had no other means to stop it. He only had time to throw out two palms. But as soon as the palm print rushed out, it was cut by the great magnetic slash and quickly dissipated. Then it cut through the white bone Taoist robe on his body. Even though the white bone Taoist robe's defense was extremely strong, it was still sliced through when the cutting force swept past. His physical body naturally couldn't withstand this terrifying attack and was directly cut in half. No, spare me. Patriarch Bitter Lettuce roared. With a furious roar, a nascent divinity identical to his true body, but countless times smaller, rushed out in a panic and attempted to flee into the distance. You won't be able to escape, Bai Ziyue said coldly. Then he cast a great forbidden spirit art. The nascent spirit that was just about to rush out was abruptly frozen in place. Immediately after, Bai Ziyue's flying sword rushed out. It was as fast as it could be. Uffed. Sword chi spat out. Patriarch Bitter Lettuce's nascent spirit was punctured like an inflated balloon. It quickly shriveled and collapsed, then completely dissipated. It was dead. His soul had scattered. Soul energy plus 452365572. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Ziyue's face when he saw the sudden increase in soul energy. Defying the odds and slaying immortals, a golden core cultivator slaying a nascent spirit. He'd finally done it. Chapter 677. That nascent spirit forefather is dead. He was killed by Taoist Dark North. The Dream Immortal King was shocked. The entire process of the battle was simply too fast. A nascent spirit cultivator had died on the spot within a few breaths of time. Moreover, the most important thing was by Ziyue's celestial method realm. Although she had noticed that by Ziyue's cultivation base seemed to have improved to the intermediate stage of the gold core stage, she did not expect the increase in his strength to be so great. Defying the odds and slaying an immortal. A golden core slaying a nascent spirit. It was only at this moment that she truly understood why Bai Ziyue could say there's no need to leave so nonchalantly. Strength. Confidence. Strength was the only thing that gave him the confidence to speak so boldly. Bitter lettuce is dead. In the distance, the Ascendant Cloud forefather, who'd just broken free of the dream immortal king's seven-colored spirit stabilizing light, was dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that Ziyue had made a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, and that his strength had improved to a certain extent compared to before. But he'd never thought that his opponent's strength would improve by such a large margin. He hadn't even used the spirit-stabilizing light, but had killed an early-stage nascent spirit cultivator with just a conventional great combat ability. Even though Bitter Lettuce's cultivation realm wasn't considered particularly strong among the nascent spirit realm, his cultivation realm wasn't that great. A third-grade golden core cultivator who'd broken through to the nascent spirit realm was only equivalent to the third tier of early-stage nascent spirit realm. But no matter how weak a nascent spirit cultivator was, he was still a nascent spirit cultivator. He was superior to any golden core cultivator. And yet, he died at Ziyue's hands. In his shock, the Ascendant Cloud forefather finally panicked and felt the dread of death. If even Bitter Lettuce had fallen, what about him? Although he believed that he was stronger than Bitter Lettuce because he'd broken through to the nascent spirit realm with a second-grade golden core, there was a limit to how strong he was. Since Ziyue could kill Bitter Lettuce, his strength must be superior to his own. At this moment, seeing that Ziyue's gaze had already landed on him, his heart trembled. He hurriedly stretched out his hand, and a short sword rushed out. At the same time, the ancestor's eyes fell upon Ziyue and emitted a special fluctuation. Kill! That special fluctuation immediately transformed into a black spear that pierced through the void and rushed into Ziyue's body. This Taoist Dark North truly is extremely powerful. His battle prowess is unparalleled, and he's able to slay immortals despite the odds. However, he was only at the Golden Core realm after all. In terms of the strength of his soul, how could he possibly compare to my soul that had undergone the baptism of lightning? Therefore, his soul was his greatest weakness. Even if he had only condensed a first-grade golden core when he broke through to the golden core stage, I might have been able to kill him in one blow. At the very least, we can severely injure him. Rising Cloud Old Ancestor was indeed a primordial spirit realm true cultivator. He was astute and experienced in battle. After the initial panic, he quickly regained his composure and began to think of other countermeasures. As for the soul attack, that was his first attempt. Boom! The black spear pierced into Ziyue's body. Following an unknown trajectory, it rushed into his golden core and attempted to attack the soul within his golden core. Ziyue clearly sensed this attack and immediately reacted. As a thought flashed through his mind, he used his innate ability, absent-minded. Chi! Chi! The moment the human-shaped shadow appeared, it let out a soft cry. A misty green light quickly collided with the spear. The spear stabbed into the green light and quickly dissipated it. It only truly rushed over after exhausting 80% of its strength. Dong! Ziyue's soul shrunk as he felt a piercing pain. He felt a little uncomfortable and his face turned pale. However, his consciousness remained absolutely clear and it did not affect him much. The difference in the strength of their souls was not as great as the Rising Cloud Old Ancestor had imagined. Although Ziyue's soul had not undergone the baptism of the lightning tribulation, it was not as solid and tough as a true primordial spirit realm true cultivator. However, his foundation was really too deep. His Yuan acupoint was perfected, and he cultivated the most suitable top-notch perfect cultivation technique, the Yuan Great Tao technique, the heaven-devouring divine transformation technique, and now the supreme primordial Tao technique. All of these contributed to his extraordinary strength. However, when he broke through to the golden core realm, he condensed an extreme violet golden core. Furthermore, it was a perfect extreme violet golden core with 12 golden core shackles. Such a foundation naturally forged the strength of his soul to an unimaginable level. Furthermore, the supreme primordial Tao technique that Ziyue was currently cultivating would greatly increase the strength of his soul. Every breakthrough in his cultivation realm would greatly increase the strength of his soul. Therefore, in terms of the strength of his soul, the only difference between him and a true primordial spirit realm true cultivator was that the baptism of the lightning tribulation was not solid and tough enough. What? The rising cloud old ancestor was a little shocked. He did not expect Ziyue's soul to be so strong. Although he was shocked, he was still unwilling to retreat. He quickly attacked again. Instantly, one of his palms became crystal clear like jade. Then, it turned into a blade of light and slashed down fiercely. Chi. A beam of silver light slashed down like a bolt of lightning. Ziyue snorted coldly. However, he also attacked at the first moment. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword had already transformed into one sword break all techniques and pierced through the air. At the same time, a black silk thread silently flashed and slashed towards him. Bang! The North Sea flying sword collided with the rising cloud old ancestor's short sword, creating a loud sound. However, the rising cloud old ancestor's strength was indeed a little stronger than old ancestor bitter chick. When the two collided, they were actually evenly matched. Then, the great magnetic slash collided with the silver light that was slashing down. After a slight pause, they both dissipated. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Kill. The rising cloud old ancestor was shocked. The primordial spirit power in his body boiled, and his eyes shone brightly. Black spears flashed out one after another. At the same time, his hands turned white as jade and slashed out rays of blade light. Although the soul attack did not seem to have much effect on Ziyue, in his opinion, it was excellent as a distraction. At this moment, Ziyue also made his move. Lightning flashed on his body, and he quickly approached. The gravity shadow domain was displayed. In a flash, the flying sword turned into thousands of rays of sword light. Then, 9 rays of sword light merged into one and evolved into rays of sword chi. This sword was also one sword break, all techniques. However, Ziyue had imbued it with the mysteries of the 9 extinction godly sword. Compared to the original one sword break, all techniques, there were more variations. Although the power was reduced to a certain extent after being dispersed, and there was no murderous intent, its speed was faster and more nimble. The attack range was also wider. Chapter 678. Boom, boom, boom. The void trembled. The saber radiance and the sword chi clashed, producing a series of loud noises. It was as if they were evenly matched and did not pose the slightest threat to each other. After a slight pause, the two exchanged blows again, using all kinds of techniques. Immediately, the heaven and earth yuan chi in the surroundings, which was already shaking, became even more violent. The threads of sword glows and blade glows were able to shatter mountains and rivers as they spread, leaving behind numerous crisscrossing gullies on the ground. Under such circumstances, the Dream Immortal King did not stop. Although her current strength was not as strong as Ziyue and the Rising Cloud Ancestor, her golden core shackles were all unblocked. After all, she had the strength of a half-step primordial soul realm cultivator. Every move she made was immensely powerful. Using the star-shattering finger, a star radiance turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the Rising Cloud Ancestor. At the same time, she took out the seven-colored glaze lamp again, which evolved into a spiritual light that swept out. Although the rising cloud ancestor was suppressed by Ziue's gravity shadow domain and the special gravitational environment, his speed was still extremely fast, far surpassing that of an ordinary early-stage primordial soul realm cultivator. Having suffered a loss once, he naturally would not let the Dream Immortal King's attack land on him. With just a flash, he dodged the attack. In the meantime, Ziue was also attacking rapidly. Grand Taboo Spirit Technique, 5 Emperors Heaven Sealing Sword, Heaven and Earth Sleeve, great divine powers were cast one after another. However, the Rising Cloud Ancestor was indeed an early-stage primordial soul realm cultivator. He knew that Ziue's current strength was not what it used to be. He had been carefully guarding himself, using his advantage of speed to always be able to dodge Ziue's binding great divine powers by a hair's breadth. This can't go on. Although my current combat strength is extremely fast, and with the help of the Thunder Escape Light, I'm definitely not weaker than an early-stage primordial soul realm cultivator. However, the Rising Cloud Ancestor's speed is obviously faster than mine. Even if I'm far stronger than him in terms of attack, it's just a waste of energy if I can't hit him. Ziue frowned slightly. His speed was definitely not slow. He was practically the fastest among Golden Core cultivators. However, the Rising Cloud Old Ancestor was a primordial soul realm cultivator and had mastered a speed-type Dao technique. When he unleashed his full power, it was extremely shocking. Ziue unleashed a variety of attacks, and even used the Great Essence-fused Divine Light a few times, but his opponent was able to dodge all of them due to his extreme speed. Even if he used the Attribute panel to cast the power of time reversal and predicted the other party's flight path in advance, he would not be able to do so. However, the reaction speed of a primordial soul realm cultivator was sufficient for him to retreat in advance at the critical moment. As long as there is a chance, as long as the other party pauses for a breath of time, I will be able to use the Heaven and Earth in the sleeve, the 5 Emperors Heaven Sealing Sword, the Great Taboo Spirit Art, and many other sealing and binding techniques to trap him. As Ziue's thoughts flashed, a bright light suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Retreat! Ziue shouted at Dream Immortal King and used another metamagnet divine light. Chi chi chi! Like a flash of light, it followed an inexplicable trajectory and turned into a stream of light, rushing forward at extreme speed. As the battle continued, his combat experience increased tremendously. The various techniques he used naturally became more flexible and faster. This metamagnet divine light was sudden and fast. It was truly extremely fast. Dream Immortal King's face was slightly pale as she looked at the two parties in awe. She could not interfere at all. She could only stand at the periphery of the area vigilantly and support Ziue. At this moment, when she heard Ziue's order to retreat, she knew that she could not do it. Without any hesitation, she quickly retreated into the distance. It's this attack again. The Rising Cloud Old Ancestor looked helpless. However, he knew the power of the metamagnet divine light very well. Before Ziue had broken through to the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, he was already in a difficult situation. He had to use all his techniques to escape. Now that his opponent's strength had soared, he did not dare to face him directly. His figure quickly flashed and turned into a stream of light, quickly dodging to the side. At the same time as he dodged, streams of divine light flashed in his eyes consecutively. They materialized into 2 black long spears that charged toward by Ziue at great speed. This soul attack was extremely effective in disrupting Ziue. It was also one of the methods he used to guard against Ziue's attacks. Previously, Bai Ziue had predicted his flight path when he was dodging the Great Essence-fused Divine Light, and he had almost been pulled into Bai Ziue's Heaven and Earth sleeve. If it weren't for the lightning sky candle that he carried with him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That experience had left him with lingering fear. Therefore, it was normal for him to use 2 soul attacks before dodging. Ziue was naturally familiar with his opponent's fighting style. Seeing that the dream immortal king had retreated, his figure flashed, and he quickly rushed in another direction. While escaping, Baizu's aura seemed to have weakened at the same time. While he was moving, there was a sense of panic and not knowing where to go. Trying to escape? After dodging the metamagnet divine light, the rising cloud ancestor's eyes lit up. He knew that after such a long battle, Ziyue must have consumed a lot of energy and would not be able to take it anymore. In great joy, he quickly used his extreme speed and chased after him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The distance between them was rapidly closing. Lightning flashed on Ziyue's body continuously. Like a graceful swan, every step he took covered a distance of tens of miles. Soon, it's just ahead. Ziyue sensed the movement behind him. His face was anxious, but his eyes were calm. This time, he wanted to fight for that 1 breath of time. That 1 breath of time could help him to trap and restrain the rising cloud ancestor. In a normal battle, even if he used all his means and used the power of time reversal many times, it would be difficult to pose a threat to the rising cloud ancestor who was always vigilant and trapped him. Therefore, he thought of the spatial crack that he encountered before. Incorporeal and formless, it was always there. Once it came into contact with the spatial crack, even if it dodged in time, it would suddenly form a thunderbolt that was tens of thousands of feet long in the void. That kind of concentrated attack was sudden, and the attack range was extremely wide. No matter how agile one's reaction was, it would be difficult to dodge it. He believed that the rising cloud ancestor was the same. He would definitely fall in the trap and would not be able to dodge it immediately. In this way, he could use the advantage of the terrain to cast various restraining great divine abilities and seal him. Then he could kill him completely. From the beginning to the end, Ziyue's only thought was to kill the rising cloud ancestor. Feigning weakness and running away were all for this. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.